All right, we are live.
Yay.
Good evening.
Hello.
All right, we have a full house. Hello and welcome. I am Ronnke, your GM, and joining today in order of their character avatars, we have Nosh, Rigel
Hello.
Kent,
Hello.
Gigaman, FX Engineer, and Mel. Today we dive into a Star Trek campaign set in the original series era. We are using the very awesome GURPS system by Steve Jackson Games, and our VTT of choice is Fantasy Grounds. You can find this and past sessions on YouTube and as audio-only podcast. Links are in the video description. If you enjoy our content, please like this video and subscribe to our Twitch and YouTube channels. Does anyone have any character business? Captain.
That's a negative, although I want a round number on the character points. 9 just doesn't sit well. But no character business.
Well, 9 is kind of round.
Well, you could spend 1 and then you've got a round number.
True, but I'll wait for... Now I gotta wait for 11.
All right, Commander Lorian.
Yeah, I improved my gunner beams since I used it a lot last time.
All right, that's all good. Lieutenant Commander Dallas.
I have bumped science.
Cool. Lieutenant Commander Psylocke.
Earth
I
science.
haven't changed. I have not changed anything. I've got 5 points. So I'll look at that for the next session.
Righto. And Dr. Jones.
No changes this week.
You people are just accumulating points.
Well, wild cards are expensive.
Is it like 8 per level or something like that?
12.
12.
Ouch.
All right. If there's no character business, or further character business, then I shall share the captain's log for the captain to read.
But the captain wrote the captain's log.
Yes,
No.
but
We have Chat GPT writing it for me.
all right. When you are ready, Captain.
Very well. Captain's log, stardate 5329.35. We will arrive at the Bacchus system within the hour. Starfleet Command has ordered us there for 3 reasons. First, we're to track down 2 Starfleet officers who stole a shuttle and were last detected heading in this direction. No one is sure why they did it, but 2 people were killed, and so they must answer for their crimes. Next, reports from passing ships and nearby outposts speak of signs that a Klingon bird of prey has violated the neutral zone and is heading toward the Bacchus system. We are to investigate to see if there is any truth to these reports. And finally, strange and indecipherable signals have been emanating from the Bacchus system for the past several weeks. The Lexington is to search for the source of these signals and try to determine their meaning, if any. Any one of those 3 tasks would be enough to keep a commander on edge. Having all 3 problems present themselves simultaneously worries me greatly. My crew is undoubtedly ready for any challenge. All long-range probes sent to the Bacchus system stop sending back data immediately after entering the system, so we are not sure what we are going to find there.
Thank you, Captain. All right, so you will have an hour prior to the arrival in system. Is there anything in particular that your characters want to do? If not, please describe where your characters will be situated when the ship comes out of warp.
I'll be on the bridge in my chair, sipping tea.
We'll all be on the bridge, because that's how it works.
Yep.
Dr. Jones is in sickbay.
See, doesn't always work that way.
Why is she in sickbay? She should be on the bridge.
Because she's the doctor.
Actually, McCoy was always on the bridge.
Yeah.
Not always, but yes, he was kind of
He was
on
often
the bridge
on the
pretty
bridge.
often, yeah.
Well, the doctor can
Because
come.
he's like, I'm bored. I don't have anything to do.
All right, so all on the bridge, with the exception of the doctor who's in medical. So I take it Psylocke is on the bridge as well.
Yeah, I think Psylocke,
That's true. Is Scotty usually on the bridge?
as long as we don't
He's
have
on the
any,
bridge sometimes.
yeah, he would have been in the, is it called the engine room? Um,
Engineering, I guess.
engineering, making sure everything is tip top. He's kind of OCD about that stuff, so he's making sure everything is at 105% efficiency. You know, he's just always going that extra mile.
Do the birds of prey have the cloaking ability in
Yes.
our current time?
They do.
Have we discovered any sort of a countermeasure to that?
I don't believe a countermeasure has been discovered as yet.
No, but apparently you can do something with a photon torpedo and send it
Not
up the
yet.
exhaust pipe.
That's later. On the bright side, they have to decloak in order to fire.
All right.
All right, so the Lexington will drop out of warp. I should do an animation of the ship coming out of warp,
Yeah.
since
Probably
we can actually do animations now.
What was the transporter guy's name? Was that guy?
Which are you talking about?
It
On
was,
the Enterprise, it was Kyle.
No, here. We hit, because it was Sam Rockwell.
Don't recall. I'd have to go back through the previous session.
Yeah, it's not on the crew list. Carry on.
As
All
we,
right.
as we come out of warp, let's start scanning the system immediately and be ready to put our shields up. So we'll go in somewhat with a tactical mind.
You will drop out of warp. And then moments later, the Lexington will lurch hard as if it was struck by a giant hand. Crew members will tumble to the ground. On the main viewer, you will see the Bacchus IV planet, and there is some sort of orange beam from the planet's surface that envelops the ship. The lights flicker on the console, then go dark. Whatever the beam is, it is interfering with the ship's power, controls, and other systems. Wonder. Let me just try something.
And this all came from the surface of the planet?
It appears to.
So what, we just have auxiliary power?
Did the viewer just go dark for you?
Yes.
Sort of.
Well, transparent.
You got the backdrop.
Yep.
Well,
Yeah,
pretend
you
it's
probably
dark.
You need a black box to go behind it, I guess.
Actually, I can do that easily. No, I'm not even going to bother.
Random question. Dallas was pretty badly injured last session.
You're all back to full health.
Oh, excellent.
I figured
This
that
is-
was going to be the case, but good idea to double check.
New episode, you're all back to 100%.
Back to unripped shirts.
So we're just running on auxiliary power?
I actually have some more for you. Just before the main viewer goes blank, you see through the orange haze of the beam the surface of the planet. It is a little larger than Earth in size, yet on the surface you can clearly see structures, long lines that must cover thousands of miles connecting geometrical shapes the size of large cities, as well as other indications of artificial constructions. Your immediate attention, however, must be getting the Lexington in working order before she falls out of orbit and is destroyed in the planet's atmosphere. Some of the less experienced members of the crew have a look of panic in their eyes and are frozen in terror and confusion.
Well, I'm going to make a leadership role. I'll get rid of that real darn fast.
Success by 7 and success by 0 from the captain and first officer, respectively.
All right, everyone. Calm. Back to your stations. Let's think through this problem.
Remember your training, and you come back alive. Would you
Even
like
if
to
you
know
die.
more?
Commander Lorian, what are your first thoughts?
Actually, let's have one of the ensigns on the bridge, have a nasty fall when the ship
That's
lurched.
cheating.
Sickbay. Send up a medic immediately.
Yes,
Could be the
Captain.
doctor. That could be the doctor.
Right. We need a damage report from engineering. Where's our power? We don't want to fall into the planet. I posted the Connie class bridge in the Discord, and I'm like, where does the XO sit?
He stands.
Well, realistically, the XO and the CO probably shouldn't be on the same watch, I don't think.
Probably not.
But it's Star Trek, and they don't exactly do things that make sense. I mean, case in point, hey, let's send our captain, our XO, our chief engineer, our senior science guy, and our chief medical officer on an away mission. Shouldn't we have like Marines for that?
Yeah.
You should, but this is Star Trek.
We're on a scientific mission.
Actually, I think TNG had Picard stay on the ship most of the time.
It did. Yeah, it did. He sent Riker away on the away missions. He was jealous of Riker's beard and hair.
hoping he would die.
Only after he had the beard.
Well,
Or
he was
maybe
jealous of
before.
he was jealous of the hair before, and then got really jealous when he grew the beard.
All right, so the state of the ship. You will get damage reports. Actually, I can get a mechanic starship from Psylocke.
You can take the -10 to do a Fonzie and just whack it real good.
Which one did you say for the reactor or for the spacecraft?
Just mechanic starship. Or your wildcard skill if you have that.
All right. That's for the spacecraft. So success by 7.
All right. So
So
you will
know it's not working.
be able to identify that all the systems that have failed are engines, life support, sensors, and controls. They are all offline. The ship is in a degenerating, I think it's degenerating orbit, and will
Yeah,
fall into the
matter
planet.
deteriorate.
Deteriorating
Our,
orbit. That's the one I wanted.
Our warp drive or the normal space engines,
Subspace.
Impulse engines.
the impulse engines.
Impulse, yep.
Psylocke, what is the remedy?
But at the moment, you
Get
still
out
have
push, sir.
no
Captain,
power.
I have my crew working on this immediately. Obviously, life support is a priority for us right now.
Delay that. I want impulse first. Need
Yeah.
to make sure we don't go into orbit.
Okay.
If we crash,
Okay.
life support ain't going to help us.
Mechanic rule for impulse drives is a success by 10. I have
Damn.
I can redirect my crew to work on them.
All right, so you will start your cruise working on. Well, the first thing that you have to work on is the power, because without power, you don't have impulse anyway.
Okay. Rolled a 12, success by 5 on reactor. I don't know if
You're
that includes
using up
power.
all your good rolls here. You're so gonna die later.
So what were the everything that was down again? Was power, warp,
Life support,
life support?
sensors, power.
So
Right,
power,
okay.
engines, life support, sensors, and your helm controls are all offline. As far as you can tell, you are still enveloped by this orange energy beam that originated from the planet's surface.
And unfortunately, since we have no sensors, we can't task Dallas to identifying what the hell the beam is.
This
Well,
is
I can
correct.
eyeball it.
But he's got science. So I'm going to ask him, what is his best guess?
His best guess is it's an orange beam, sir.
Hold on.
Brilliant.
Give me a second. Let me analyze.
You sit there, do the thinker pose, and then come up with some BS.
It's time for Technobabble.
Seems like the beam itself is composed of highly concentrated photonucleic flux in the pi theta alignment. entangling
do
all
you
matter
know
and
this?
energy within a non-Euclidean encapsulation.
How do you know any of that? We don't have scanners.
I just look at it. I mean, that's what it looks like.
That's why it's orange.
That's why it's orange.
Okay, now your screen is appropriately black.
Fascinating.
Okay, so you've done your roll on the power. You will get to work on that. I'll also assume that Dr. Jones, you will arrive on the bridge to take care of the injured ensign that was tossed across the room when the console exploded.
Yep. So she'll
we need
patch
to-
him up.
Do we need to take him to sickbay? Because I can do that at your discretion.
Yeah.
He
She'll
has-
evaluate to see if he needs to go to sick bay or if she can just patch him up here.
Let's say that he
Wait,
is
this is
unconscious.
This is correct. She needs to do the scanning thing or toss and scanning thing, and then look at him go, "I'm sorry, he's dead, Captain."
Actually, let's have the universe decide.
No.
The fate of Ensign Knowbody.
Nobody.
I think the captain should have to roll for that.
Here, I'll roll for Ensign Ricky's life.
What was he?
Ricky
So you
Knowbody
tell him? Or
Well, the
is just a
universe-
random ensign.
navigator?
Sure. Neutral. Okay. So, Ensign Knowbody is dazed and probably has a concussion and has some minor burns from the exploding console.
Maybe a little trauma from seeing the ugly orange plastic that nearly took his throat out.
Yeah. So she'll do the scan and she'll say, I'd like to get you down to sick bay. Let's get your head checked out, make sure that the concussion isn't too bad.
Oh, my head is killing me, Doctor.
Yep. We'll take care of you.
Am I going to be all right?
Oh, yeah. You'll be fine.
He reaches into his coat, pulls out a letter. It says, "If I don't make it, get this to my mum."
And then we stun him for being that stupid.
No, he doesn't do that.
Okay.
He's not that lame.
Because she was about to slap him, it sounds like. "I'm about to give you another concussion, mister."
All right, so he gets onto his feet, but he's really wobbly.
Yep. So she'll, let's see, if she can, do the, I don't know what the word is, but the arm across the shoulder carry just to kind of support him into the turbo lift.
Well, let's have Commander Lorien assist, since he offered.
All right.
Easy.
The two of you will help the ensign to his feet, take him to the turbo lift, and head for medical. I will need a physician roll or a medical roll for you.
Crit hunting. Success by 7.
Wow, you're all gonna die later.
After
No,
after
I
they
should-
escort him,
I
after
should
they
be
escort
fine,
him
'cause
off the
mine was
bridge,
only
I'm
by
gonna
zero.
say, wasn't that the one that we busted with the love letters to Dr. Jones?
Let me actually find that
Well,
bridge
no
image.
time for love.
So
that is-
while we're in
That is
the
pretty cool.
while we're in the turbo lift, Lieutenant Jones will look over at the commander and say, "Hey, Commander."
Yes.
Commander,
Sorry,
not Captain.
Commander.
She'll say, I had a friend once that got a concussion from a really bad pun. It was a real head scratcher.
We will ponder that. Say, that's adequate. I'm certain you can do better.
Yep. She has a captive audience.
Let me just bring up that bridge image.
Ah, Mr. Shylock, engine status, please.
See, you are still trying to make me laugh.
Captain, I have my men working on the problem as we speak. I should have a report for you in the next couple of minutes.
We have
That
a
is
couple-
Vulcan for back the hell off. I just got started, bro.
And then no, that's like GM. How long?
There you go. There's the bridge.
I
I
at
gotta put
least want to
everybody's
know
portraits on there.
the
All right,
success
so
plan.
given we have stations, we'll say the ensign was at Station 12, Environmental Systems. So there would be a science, probably a science.
Oh, he's not one of mine.
What, you don't want Ensign Nobody?
12, no, that's
I don't like that
that's
guy.
over on the engineering side. If you look, 11 is engineering station, and then 12 is environmental. Yeah, that's engineering.
Okay,
And then 13 is engineering subsystems.
okay. Then he's a red shirt, so he's an engineer. He was at the environmental station. All right, when you arrive at medical, you will see that there are a number of other people in sick bay with similar injuries, bruises, and stuff like that from being knocked about.
Do you require additional assistance, Doctor?
Nope, I think we've got it covered. Thank you for your help.
The place that you got this bridge map from, does
Just
it?
found it online.
Okay, so it wasn't a site in particular. Didn't
No,
have
it
like
was
other
a-
places like engineering and stuff.
Deviant art. Let me see if this guy has more of them.
Because it would be cool if we had sick bay engineering.
Yeah, when we move on to the
And the
TNG,
deck.
I got that VR thing, but I don't have that for the Connie.
I think there's a bunch of deck plans for the.
Oh, there's a crap ton of them.
Actually, no. The TNG won't be a Galaxy class though. It'll be.
Hopefully,
Oh.
it'll be a Kira class because that's.
Well, you have a
pretty-
choice. You have a choice.
I will fight for the Akira because I will always fight for the Akira. That's the sexiest Starfleet ship out there.
I'm partial to the Intrepid. It looks cool.
That's the
Voyager.
Voyager. Yeah, I don't much like it. I like the bridge, but I don't really care as much for the external. I love the Akira.
Now, when it comes to the Voyager, I know that there was a FPS game made of that one, so there's a crap ton of good visuals for that.
I think finding a deck plan for an Intrepid should be relatively easy.
Oh, finding deck plans for any of them is pretty easy actually, because Star Trek fans are nerds.
Even the
Yeah,
Akira
3D
class?
models are another matter.
Yep. I've seen the Akira deck plans. It's actually a carrier, believe it or not. It has a whole bunch of assault shuttles.
Cool. Well,
Man,
let's carry on.
This guy's got a lot of pretty shots of the Constitution class, but I'm not seeing any other internal deck plans. I have seen some like that though, so hold on. You're looking for like engineering and or med.
Sick bay, yeah. And maybe the flight deck or hangar. That would be cool. But I guess this show's budget only allowed for the building of a bridge so far. So, repairing the power systems is going to take some time. I will get health rolls from everyone as life support begins to get a bit icky. You can definitely feel the it's getting a little bit difficult to breathe, or exerting yourself requires a little bit of effort.
Fit does not help with that, does it?
It will.
It does.
Okay, so +1.
Correct.
Yeah. Only time fit doesn't apply is with skills.
Ooh, that's interesting. I failed.
All right. So you will take fatigue equal to the margin of failure.
Commander,
So-
you're not looking too good.
Lorien failed by 2. Dr. Jones succeeded by 1. Dallas succeed by 2. Psylocke succeed by 0. We need a roll for the captain.
Coming.
And a succeed by 1 for the captain. So, Commander Lorien is feeling that he's working himself a lot more than would be expected. However, before
Which
long,
is ironic considering Vulcan is a low oxygen.
you've acclimatized. Plus, you're only half Vulcan.
Yep, it's my dad's fault. Hey Ronnke, I just put a image that you might like for medical.
Cool. Now we just need that one top down.
Yeah, that's the problem.
It doesn't have the leg machine from TOS. Without the leg machine, the ship doesn't work. All right, so power is restored.
Let us get out of this damn beam.
With power
Let's-
restored, you can give me a roll on mechanic life support and mechanic impulse to get them all online. And I will.
I don't have life support as a
So
specific skill, but I can roll on it. What was it? And then
it'll
sensors.
default to other mechanic -3, I believe.
I do have sensors. All right, let me just do one at a time, I suppose. So -3 for, what is this for again? The
You
controls?
have life support,
Oh, life support. This will be for
Uh,
life support.
your impulse engines, and I guess sensors.
So life support success by 2. And then the thrust, the impulse engines, it's a success by 6. What else can I work on?
You want impulse engines. Oh, sorry, sensors.
Oh, I do have sensors. Yep. So sensors would be success by 6.
And I will roll for your helmsman to stabilize the Lexington's orbit.
I don't have any skills for the controls on the bridge, unless it's like a default roll.
That's all right. With power, when power is restored, controls comes back online.
Mr. Dallas, please stand, that's safe. And get us out of here.
Commencing get the hell out of here maneuver.
No need to make a roll for that. So you will manage to get the ship online. Actually, I'll just read you this. As you regain control of the ship, you now have enough power to keep the Lexington in orbit and maintain life support and limited sensors, but little else. The beam from the planet is not going to let your ship go. Before you begin to even formulate a plan, the beam from the planet intensifies. You feel the same sort of energy overtake you that powers your transporter. Something is taking you somewhere. The last thing you hear before you are pulled from your ship is the bridge ensign voice saying, "I'm detecting a Klingon bird of prey coming out of warp near us."
But of course.
You will materialize on what you can only assume is the planet's surface. Since you are breathing comfortably and not suffering any adverse effects, you conclude this must be a Class M planet. One of the enormous geometrical structures visible with the naked eye now towers in front of you. Let me bring up an image of that.
So who are you addressing this to? Is it all of us?
All of you. The bridge crew or the PCs. This gigantic structure must have a diameter of at least 10 kilometers and is so tall you cannot even see the top. It appears to be made of a single piece of stone, as no seams or other areas of joining are apparent.
I'm going to disagree with both of those statements. I can see the top and I can see seams.
Yeah, you're right down the bottom. You're just a little ant there. And no, you can't. So there.
So do we have so we were basically beamed off of the bridge to this location?
You were. So you will have only what you have on your person when you were doing your stuff.
Thankfully, I remembered to bring a small nuclear device
I guess
But
the
I always
captain
remember.
has his teacup.
I do.
That's awesome.
And Dr. Jones probably has one of those medical scanning dermal regenerators or something like that.
Yeah, she has Kenobody's head in her hands.
Ah. I guess I'll take that letter he was offering me then. Return it to his family.
Oh dear.
Hope you didn't get those mixed up.
Yikes.
Wait, no, I thought they were love letters based off of what Daniel said. Because that would be funny.
All right. So basically, we're looking up at this massive thing, and is there any apparent life forms around us?
All right, so as you take in more of the cylinder, you can see that glyphs, runes, and other complex etchings score the entire structure. The detail and precision of the etching is breathtaking. Long pieces of stone, metal, and possibly other substances run away from the structure in several directions, all appearing to head towards other equally large geometric constructs in the distance. From a pentagonal tower in the distance, much shorter and smaller than this structure, pretend there's only two orange beams shoot into the sky. You cannot see any other life forms around you.
Now, did you say it was just the 5 of us?
It is just the 5 of you.
Try to make contact with the Lexington.
Do you have a communicator?
No, I've got a teacup.
Yeah, I was wondering, do you carry those around?
Not in TOS. I think they're like, you get them as you're about to beam down or something like that. Although they're not particularly big. So,
I mean, there's
I
probably no reason
suppose
you couldn't, but
yeah, I suppose you could carry them like a cell phone.
The likelihood of that is probably slim, though, given the way you arrived in the system.
Yeah, the captain's not going to be sitting in his command chair with his communicator in the
actually,
smallest.
I think at that point we probably would be using communicators because power was down.
That is also true.
Would we have tricorders with us? Or are those
That
picked up before
probably
you
not.
leave? Okay.
I don't think we ever left the bridge to think about grabbing communicators during all of this.
Several of us left the bridge. And it's entirely probable that there would be some sort of communicators present on the bridge for emergencies.
Well, I have a teacup. Does the
That's a
doctor
good
have
start.
Do what?
Does the doctor have a tricorder?
It sounds like no.
Well, let's have the universe decide. Doctor, make a universe reaction roll. There could be grounds for you to have a medical tricorder in hand.
Mel's dice should say you roll high.
Good.
Well, it just so happens that you do. You have a medical tricorder along with a dermal regenerator.
Great. All right. So she'll, after a moment of shock, she will pull out her medical tricorder and start scanning the other PCs to make sure that nobody's like been body snatched or something or whatever. Basically just a once over.
As far as you can tell, everyone is who they're supposed to be. And other than a a low blood oxygen level in Commander Lorien, everything is good.
All right.
All right.
She'll finish up and nod at the captain, say, everyone looks to be in fairly good health, except for Commander Lorien. You feeling a little tired, Commander?
I am fine.
She looks like she doesn't believe him, but
As he is going to extract his concealed phaser 1 from inside his jacket just because super paranoia. Does anyone have a communicator?
Let's have the universe decide. I'll assess a -2 on this because I don't think you'd be walking around with communicators.
Go for the roll there, Lorien.
So I got a good reaction. That's a
So
perfect time to roll a 17. I'm going to say that makes sense that he grabbed a communicator on the way out of the bridge because we didn't know what the power situation was. So he had that when he assisted Nobody to the sick bay.
yeah, that's fine. It makes
So,
sense.
Yep. So he will attempt to make contact with which one of the communicators? Okay, so is it only 50 miles? Wow.
That's enough to get low orbit.
Should get proper Vulcan ones. Right. So we'll attempt to make contact with the Lexington.
You will attempt to contact the Lexington. Let me see a roll on electronics op comms.
Success by 1.
Unfortunately, you are not able to make contact with the ship. You are not entirely sure why. It might have something to do with the orange beams that you see being emitted in the distance. Or maybe they've been killed by the Klingons.
I see. We don't see like a fireball in the sky.
No, not yet.
Sir, if I may,
Yes.
the communicator.
Sorry, what was that? Were you asking for the communicator?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll hand it. I'm right now. I'm like trying to figure out what the hell's going on with my backspace key on my keyboard. It's like stuck. So yes, I will give it back to him. I'll
Dallas
give it to
will
him.
Dallas will attempt to ascertain what's going on with the communicator.
All right. I want to begin walking. Doesn't matter left or right, but there must be a way into this structure.
Well, you see the orange beams are emanating from a pentagonal structure in the distance. It is going to be a fair walk.
All right. We're at the base of the big monolithic structure.
You're at the base of one structure. It is not the one that is emanating the orange beams. That is the one in the distance.
All right. Does the tricorder, can it sense if this thing's giving off any harmful radiation?
A quick scan with the tricorder. Doctor,
Yep.
you do not get the +4 for this. It's just a normal electronic swap roll.
So electronics op tricorder.
Yep.
Success by 2.
All right, you will scan. Everything appears to be safe. There's no weird radiation. The atmosphere is definitely breathable, and there's nothing that's going to cause you any sort of long-term harm or
All right,
short-term harm either.
Then let's begin walking towards the base of one of those octagonal structures. Keeping an eye out for anything that looks like it's coming at us.
It is a fair hike. Takes you about an hour and a half. You have rolling grasslands and small hills, but there's no sort of major terrain hurdles. I guess a health roll will determine how much fatigued you are or you lose when you arrive there. So if everyone can give me a health roll, add fit.
Success by 0.
And I'm sitting here wondering, how the hell do I not have hiking? I'm a former Marine.
So
Well, to be fair, there were a lot of skills you didn't have when you started.
Psylocke needs to give me a roll.
Is that a health roll you said?
Health roll, yes. A failure will result in a loss of 1 fatigue.
Health success by 1.
All right, so in this case, only the commander, and Dallas lost 1 fatigue.
Yeah, the grass is so long, it's catching on my feet.
I have been warning you, sir, that you have not been spending adequate time in the gym.
Well, if they'd Starfleet would issue, proper footwear instead of these heeled boots.
So you walk for the hour and a half or so, and you get to the base of this structure. The pentagonal monolith before you is at least 2,000 meters tall, and its base must be about 300 meters on a side. There are 2 orange beams which emerge from the monolith, but they are not currently in view. A large metallic case rests on the ground at the base of the monolith. It is open, but you cannot see inside from this distance. On the side of the case is decorated with a single word in Klingon, which says emergency. I assume at least someone has some Klingon.
Does someone have Klingon?
If not, you're at least familiar with emergency exits and stuff like that. Because why not?
Yes, we have Klingon. Or I do, anyways.
Well, then you'll be able to read the word on the side. It says emergency.
Doctor, are you picking up any other life forms in the immediate vicinity?
Scanning.
Give me another roll, please.
Success by 6.
Yes, you are.
Ooh, direction.
Besides yourself, you will detect 8 creatures. They are also at the base of this monolith, on one of the other sides, out of sight.
Command crew of the Klingon ship.
We don't have any weapons, is that correct?
You do not have any weapons.
We have my 2 hands.
All right. Sarlacc, what's in that cage? Has it been used?
Can you say that again? Sorry.
We'll see what's in that cage. Has it been put to use?
So Sarlacc will go and investigate the case. Is Sarlacc going to use stealth or anything like that, or is he just going to mosey on up?
What does the environment kind of dictate? Do I feel like there might be some sort of immediate threats?
Well, the tricorder did detect 8 creatures or 8 life forms on one of the other sides of this pentagram that you're on, but they're out of sight.
And is that the same direction that I'm going? Okay.
So if you're looking at this Bacchus IV monolith image, say the case is there, but the life forms are on this side, around the corner.
I think caution would be appropriate in this situation. Although he doesn't really have stealth.
Well,
So
you can roll default, Dex -5.
he'll roll default. You know, he knows he doesn't have stealth, but he's going to try to use cover and
Well, I
not step
think
on glass.
we also know that he's probably not particularly stealthy. So I think Lorian may go, no, Sarlacc, stay here, I'll go. Because he does have stealth.
Okay. That would be most wise, Commander.
And then he will try to sneak forward.
In the meantime, since Lieutenant Commander Dallas has the communicator and was attempting to figure out what's going on, he is going to start hopping frequencies and see if he can pick up any other traffic currently on in the nearby vicinity.
Oh, look at you. You just stepped on a whoopee cushion.
Yep, something like that.
Well, it's contested, so maybe they're not paying that close attention.
All right, you will sneak up to the box. You will make it to the box.
For those listening, fail by 1 on my stealth check.
You don't know if you've drawn the attention of those other life forms, but inside the box you will find emergency supplies. There is water, there is rations that are palatable to a Klingon. There's blankets. There's an emergency surgical kit. There is a single disruptor.
Yank.
And I'll get you to make a hearing-based perception roll.
Jeez. I got Mel's dice, fail by 2.
Yes, you do.
So you can hear some talking, from what you imagine is the out of sight people, but you cannot make out what's being said.
Yeah, if they were speaking Klingonese, I wouldn't have been able to understand it anyway.
Well, you can just hear like noise, so you can't even identify language or anything like that. You can just recognize that it's speaking.
I'm looking at Lorian. Is Lorian waving us over at all or coming back?
Probably not yet. He's going to grab the disruptor, probably grab the surgical kit. I don't think we care about any of the other stuff at the moment. And then attempt to retrace or return to the captain to advise him. Yeah, there's definitely somebody over there. Also, Ronnke, do you have the disruptor anywhere?
Was that not on there? I thought we had used that at one point.
Let me just check.
Because I know disruptors are a thing in Ultratech, but I don't know if it was actually, if we actually got that in there.
No, you'll have to look it up. Actually, I'll look it up for you just quickly. Do you have the revised?
Well, there are plenty of
Well,
disruptors on the item
pistol
list.
is 40 parentheses 3 burn, so that's gonna just be beam weapons, right?
Yes, they will be.
Yep. Looks like just beam weapons, and that's just like a pistol, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't have the revised. I forgot to get that. What I've got for the pistol is 43 burn, armor divisor 3, AC 5, range 300, 600, rate of fire 3. And those are the, and bulk and recoil. Those are the important things.
I know I have this book somewhere. Here we go. One second while I confirm those stats for you.
I'm definitely picking up the SOP on alert with the, after this, with the conceit that he's going to be carrying his knife and his, or Type 1 phaser hidden underneath his jacket all the time.
I'm sure this book has an index.
You yoinked the surgical kit, right?
Yeah, I grabbed it as well.
All right, the doctor will take that off of your hands.
Yep, I figured that could potentially be useful for you, even though it's like you'll be like, what the hell is this for? Wait, I don't know what this drug is. I'm not sure I trust it because it's for Klingons.
Can you drop an item on a character portrait and pick it up that way?
I believe so.
No, I was finding it kind of weird.
All right, so
It wasn't showing up, so I dragged it into the party sheet and dragged it back, and now it's showing up.
I think, according to the book, the disruptor is the same as the disruptor in Ultratech.
Okay. In which case, we have that on the item list.
So it's a disruptor pistol. So it doesn't look like it's that. I can give you the stats. It does 4D divide armor by 3 burn. Has accuracy 5.
Right.
Range is 300/600.
Rate of fire 3.
Yep. Shots 100. Though we're not tracking shots.
Well, technically, if you look at what the heck is it? Blah, 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 blah. Prime directive. What it said is depending upon the intensity of or what setting is determines the number of shots. So where is it? Where was that? I just saw, or at least in the old one. I don't know if it's in the new one. Dang it! I just saw that.
Yeah, I don't see that for disruptors. I only see that for phasers.
Yeah, the number of charges consumed each time a phaser is fired is equal to the setting number. For example, stun 1 or kill 1 consume 1 charge. Stun 3 or kill 3 consume 3 charges. Disintegrate consumes 2 charges times the setting number per shot. So disintegrate 3 would use 6 charges.
Okay, that's for phasers, but there's nothing like that for disruptors.
Yeah.
It's just a
Yeah,
straight.
because disruptors just do burn damage, which is ironic because we have seen people be disintegrated with disruptors, and simply based off of the description of them in Trek, they should all be disintegrate.
Well, I guess the effect is if they fail their death roll when they're shot,
yeah,
then they
yeah,
vaporize.
yeah. Just comparing, yeah, pistol of the disruptor is 40 burn, armor divisor 3. That's what disintegrate 1 is for the phaser. So carry on.
And recoil 1.
Yep. So it sounds like it's the same as it is in the older version of Prime Directive.
Cool.
I will also definitely let, even though he's AFK, the captain and everybody else to know that heard voices did not identify who they were. Logic presumes, or logic indicates they're likely Klingons.
So what is your plan?
That's awfully optimistic.
I think my recommendation is going to be to investigate the voices we heard. I mean, we don't know what the status is with the Lexington, so we got to try to maybe shut down those giant orange sky beams.
Is Dallas able to pick up any other transmissions?
The captain comes.
No, you are
back,
not.
big push, doing up his pants. Sorry, the tea.
So, after the captain returns, what is the plan?
Well, if there's somebody else here, we need to take a peek.
Yes, I agree. We had best try to intersect these individuals. Suspect the Klingons, right? And I suspect that they have been pulled down here the way we have, which is very curious.
Wait, weren't we also looking for some humans? Some dudes who stole a shuttle or
Right.
something?
We got distracted by the sky beam.
I had to scroll up to remind myself what he said. Yeah, so we should probably go over there and investigate.
Will you do it via stealth or just walk on up?
We
No.
can try to do it by stealth. I'm not so sure how stealthy several members of the team are, including myself.
Not very. The GM should create the captain's log as quests so we can actually go pick them up.
Yeah, I don't have stealth either.
Wonder, can I do that?
Should just be able to cut and paste it in there, I would think.
Right. Let's sneak over there and investigate. I'll take
Sneak.
the lead.
Because you're probably the sneakiest. Yeah, I don't sneak.
Ooh, good stealth check by 6. Stay quiet. Stay low.
Okay, looks like I can. Let me just put a description for this. Can you see that?
Yes?
Is that what you're looking for?
And now I know what to put on the name of the thing.
There you go.
All right, so you can see that,
Campaign.
and that's what you wanted?
Yep.
Yes, now if we need to go refer to that, we can just pop it up.
Yeah, so the captain will remind everyone that these may be Klingons, but these could be the people we're looking for as well, and perhaps we're all down here together.
I will need a stealth roll from everyone if you're all stealthing up.
Oh boy.
Why
Dex
bother?
-5 is default.
Why bother? It means you'll be able to potentially purchase the skill next time. Might be important. Might be useful.
Damn it.
Hey, success by 1.
Oh,
Wow, you actually have
Rock.
stealth?
Yeah.
All right, Doc.
Ronnke has the older version of the traits, so it's got the bad defaults.
Well, the updated one has yet to be pushed.
Well, push it,
Yeah,
damn
I
it.
didn't think that was going anywhere.
All right, so there's failures all around except for the lieutenant commander.
For
Oh, sorry, the
XO
commander.
and the doctor. The doctor is also good.
Well, to be fair, Dallas is probably last because he figures he's probably not that sneaky.
All right, well, you will sneak up to the corner, peer around. You'll, as you approach, you can hear the voices. When you peer around, you will see from a distance what appears to be humanoids. From what you can tell, 2 appear to be human, 2 are Klingon, 1 is a Vulcan, another is a Romulan, and the final pair are Trill.
Sounds like a joke.
The Romulan will look at you guys. Obviously, you're not as stealthy as you hoped. He will point, which causes the rest of the group to look in your direction. Then they will all go back to looking at the monolith without a second glance at your presence.
Very curious.
That's odd.
Do any of them look like the people that we're chasing? The 2 people?
Yes, the 2 humans are definitely the people you're after, which are Lieutenant Jana Fry and Ensign Camilla Chara.
Are we feeling, I look at the doctor, are we feeling any, I know this makes it strange, but is anyone here feeling a compulsion to stare at this damn thing?
Well, yes.
Those with curious could probably make a roll.
I failed. Yes, but probably not for that reason. I want to know what's going on.
Dr. Jones is more curious about all the people staring at the monolith.
Let's approach.
The commander is wondering why the Klingons aren't attacking because you can't trust a Klingon. Also,
Yes.
keep an eye on that Romulan.
Yes. Lorian, keep the disruptor at your side. Be prepared to fire. But let's approach with caution.
As you approach, you have keep an eye on the Klingons as you deem them a particular threat. You'll notice, and the Romulan. You'll notice that the Klingons don't appear to be armed with anything other than their knives. Diktar, I think they're called. The Klingon knife.
Can we, are they seeing something we're not seeing?
They appear to be
there's-
just looking over this structure.
There's only one way to find out. Ask them what they're looking at.
So, okay, well, we'll close with them. Do they do anything as we get right next to them?
Nope. They are just looking at the structure. It's not like they're staring in a single place, but they're sort of looking around at it and all its details and features and such.
Dallas is going to open up and Trill and just ask the Trill, "Hi guys, what are you looking at? Do you find anything?"
The Trill will... one of the Trill will reply. And it says, "It's fascinating, isn't it? Look at it, the detail."
It truly is.
Dr. Jones is going to medical tricorder these guys, if they will allow it.
I don't know if Trill instinctively know if other Trill are joined or not.
I don't know why they would. I don't
Your
think
eyes have to
so.
glow and your voice has to. Oh wait, that's not Trill. That's Goa'uld. They're the same thing.
So in this case, then, we will assume that you do not know whether they're joined or not. Doctor, you were doing something?
She's going to do a medical tricorder scan on the people who seem to be enthralled by the monolith.
All right, so no need to roll. You will sit there and turn the knobs and it'll buzz and whir. And as far as you can tell, these people appear to be healthy, nothing wrong with them.
So she will let the captain and the rest of the group know. They seem to be in perfect health.
Yes, it is fascinating, isn't it? May I ask how long you all have been standing here, looking at it?
The Romulan will sort of turn to you and say, I don't know. And then we'll just turn back and continue to stare.
I'm going to pull the doctor and Lorian, Dallas, over to me and say, what is going on? Why are we not feeling the same compulsion?
Have any of us actually looked up in the direction that they're looking at?
I have. I've been kind of like, what are they looking at that's so fascinating?
Actually, give me a. Do you have a physiology skill or something like that? You can use the +4 for the tricorder.
No. Would that fall under medicine though?
I would say so.
I've got physiology, Romulan, and Vulcan.
Physiology or psychology.
Physiology.
Success by 11.
Wow. Okay. Given a roll like that, you're playing with the tricorder readings and such. You're scanning a little bit deeper. Everyone looks healthy, but you do detect sort of minor physiological changes in these 8 individuals that do not seem to be present in you guys. And there is a very subtle energy signature which surrounds them.
Okay. She'll report that. Is she able to like hone in and get any more detail about what it might be? Or is that
That is beyond what you're able to ascertain at this point.
okay? So she'll let them know there is a physiological difference. Can't really tell exactly what it is, but it seems to be that we 5 don't have that same difference.
Very curious. There's no way to determine. They appear to be not fatigued, i.e., they're not shifting on their feet from standing for a long time.
No, but they're not like completely immobile, so they'll walk over a little bit and look at something else, just staring up at this thing, and you'll hear one will say to the other, "I wonder how we activate it."
Any of you tried to approach the structure? Is there an interior?
The one of the Starfleet individuals that you're supposed to pick up. Let me get the name. Ensign Chara.
How do you not have pictures of these guys?
Because they're not important. And I had trouble getting the AI to do a Klingon.
That sounds
Yeah, I
about right.
bet. Hell, you have trouble getting the Star Trek people to do Klingons right now.
This is also valid.
These are the obviously the smooth head Klingons.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep, that means the augment virus is still running loose.
Dallas is going to aside with Dr. Jones and say that we should set up an alert on that tricorder and periodically scan all of us here and see if we start showing signs of that, whatever that is.
No, that makes entirely too much sense. And common sense was the first casualty of the eugenics war, so we can't have that.
Well, I am a unique character.
Did they answer my question? Has anyone tried to go inside the thing?
So Ensign Chara, she will say, "We've looked for an entrance, but we can't see one.
Do you recall?
We do not know how it is we are supposed to activate this."
What makes you think you are supposed to activate anything, Ensign?
Isn't it obvious?
No.
This
Please
is a
say
machine. This is a machine. And it
I will
should
admit
be
I would
turned
like
on.
to see how it works, but actually, Dallas is going to ask of the humans, do you recall how you got here? Do you recall
The
stealing a
lieutenant
shuttle?
Lieutenant will say, "Yes, we came here in a shuttle. We had to commandeer it because our commanding officers refused to allow us to take the shuttle and come here and investigate."
How far have they crossed to get here? How much distance are we talking about?
Not that it's important, but just say plot distance in light years.
Okay, so
Is it measured in
Curious.
light years?
curious. Then what you're
From
saying,
where they stole the shuttle, yes.
what you're saying, Ensign, is that you've been called here?
No. We just came here to investigate the structure.
Yes, but how did you become aware of the structure to begin with? I mean, you took shuttle, and your commander wouldn't let you go. How did you become aware of this?
The ensign develops a confused look and says, I don't know. I've always known, I think.
You've always known. Very curious.
Isn't
Did you
this
start
just
drawing it on a piece of
incredible
paper and say,
technology?
This means something. This is important.
Well, it's remarkable.
Starts scribbling in the dirt, the Devil's Tower.
I look at the Romulan. Did you also feel called to be here?
No,
How did you come to be here?
I was on my way to a diplomatic meeting with the Federation. To discuss some human and Vulcan treachery. But then I came here to investigate this wondrous structure.
How did you become aware that the wondrous structure was even here?
You'll see that the guy thinks and says, I've always known.
Very well. Mr. Look at the Klingon, and have you had the
Crap,
stomach
sounded kink.
The two Trill.
Yeah, Dallas is going to ask the same questions to them, and I presume get the same answers.
All right, so you will ask them, and you will identify that they are siblings. Their names are Kaj and Mahir.
They joined?
They are not joined. And they tell you that they're from a wealthy family and spend most of their lives pleasure seeking, and found out about this place and came here.
How precisely did you find out about this place? Was it like advertised?
It was, and you see they think for a bit. It was in our nav computer. We just came here. We picked a place, and here we are.
How long have they been here? We'll make the rounds.
You'll make the rounds asking all of them, and they go, not too long, I think.
Do you recall your ship being caught in some sort of a power source projected from the planet?
No. I think we landed.
Florian's probably going to slide over to the captain and quietly say, "Sir, we need to focus on trying to ensure Lexington is not destroyed."
The signals that were emanating from the system have been doing so for the past several weeks. Have any of them been here longer than that? Actually, they don't know how long they've been here.
They don't really know. So, in general, these people are fairly cooperative in answering questions. They're certainly not hostile. You will learn that the Klingons are two Klingon warriors. Let me get you their names. They are Delok and Brutog. They came here in their Klingon bird of prey. The Vulcan is a scientist by the name of Barine. And the Romulan is Zeton, a Romulan senator.
A senator? Huh. We need to try to capture that fellow out when we're done and send him off to Starfleet.
I don't know if you recall the reason why if you recall exactly the reason why you're picking up these Starfleet people. Not only did they steal a shuttle, but they also killed some Starfleet officers. If you question them about that, they will reply that we didn't kill anyone. And with some detect lies and body language and stuff, you feel that they were unaware that they killed people, or something to that effect, because they certainly don't believe that they killed people.
Well,
However, they don't necessarily feel remorseful. It's almost like it was unavoidable. They had to kill these people because they had to come and investigate.
yeah, I was just about to do a body language roll. Okay.
Dallas, you can give me a science roll, and Psylocke, you can give me a engineering roll.
Why the hell not?
This will give you some insight into what it is that you're looking at.
I did not roll shit.
Right,
What
so
did you roll for the
succeed
people
by
who are
8
just listening?
and succeed by 9 from Psylocke. Okay. You will be able to obviously ascertain that the two beams that are being emitted by this structure are the things that seem to have a hold on the Lexington. And you suspect that the second beam might be that of the Klingon bird of prey that warped into the system just before you guys got beamed off the ship.
Right.
You will also realize, putting together your various observations, that what you're looking at is just one part of a big planetary-wide machine. This monolith and the connecting pieces, cover the planet sort of as a whole, and basically make a planet-wide machine. It is not inconceivable to think that they would be able to perform tasks on a cosmic level. What exactly those tasks are, you're not able to work out. There are runes and such over this structure. However, there's no apparent controls, but you believe there must be a way inside the monolith.
Captain will say, well, I think since we're all here by one reason or another, shall we not approach the structure and see if we can find an entry point?
Wait, we just hold on. Ooh, I had a thought. So Brian, you just said that somebody sort of guessed that the other beam might be capturing the Klingon bird of prey.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So with that in mind, Lorian is on the lookout for additional Klingons, like maybe the bridge crew, since our bridge crew or main characters got sucked down here. And I think we said the Klingons that are here have been here for a while.
Well, you're not able to ascertain exactly what what time they've been here. They seem to be really vague on it. They don't know.
But what did they say? They said they stole something, a ship, right? Or am I getting those confused with the
The Federation guys stole a ship.
Right. How did
and
the Klingons get here?
The Klingons will say that they breached protocol and left their post in their Klingon bird of prey.
Oh, so maybe it's the same one.
So I'm going to use diplomacy to try to influence them to follow me and find an entry point.
Does anyone have intuition? That would be a good use of that ability right now.
Sadly, I do not. I am honest and truthful, though.
Not here. Common sense, but I don't think that's the same thing.
Ooh, that's a good one. That's for like, hey, am I about to do something really stupid, GM?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yes, stop.
All right, so you will start looking for a way to gain entrance, and you task everyone to sort of do that. Dr. Jones, you're peering at this structure. You're looking at the runes. Do you have Curious?
Oh, she does, and I will be happy to let it fail.
Doesn't have it.
All right, so you will, by GM edict, fail that Curious, and you will touch one of the runes.
And explode. Does Psylocke have Curious, and does the captain have Curious?
When you touch this rune, that section of the monolith activates, and a soft blue beam shines onto the ground, forming a spotlight to which a human-sized creature might stand. One of the 8, we will say it is the Klingon. What was his name?
Bob. His name was Bob.
Deloc. He will see the light, and before anyone else can react, he stands in that designated spot, almost as if he knew about it. And a section of the monolith will just vanish, and you see an entranceway into the structure.
Oh.
Very well. I was just about to do it myself. Captain is impulsive. He is just going to head for that entrance.
Oh, he is impulsive. Nice.
All right, so you will start heading and likewise the other 8 will start heading towards that entrance as well. But then, in the blink of an eye, 3 Klingon warriors are standing in front of you.
Ha! I wasn't wrong. I saw this coming.
The many scars they wear indicate they are veterans of many battles. They look around in anger and confusion. One of them shouts, "What is the meaning of this? Why do you attack our ship and steal us away?"
Captain's going to use diplomacy to explain that we've all been brought here, not of our own free will, and we are trying to figure out why we've been brought here. And as you can see, your Klingon compatriots are unharmed, something to that nature.
So as this is taking place, you will see that those 8 will acknowledge the appearance of the new Klingons, but they will simply walk past and continue for the entrance. So succeed diplomacy by 5. This is going to be contested because they don't like you.
But what about my discernment?
Anything that I can do to assist that?
Shoot him in the face?
Yeah, put a
No.
bait in his mouth and pull the trigger.
You could perhaps intimidate. Klingons respect strength.
Yeah, and I'm also looking. He has a quirk that he is aggressively blunt. So I actually don't have intimidate. Wow, don't have intimidate. Well, I guess that makes sense.
I have intimidate.
So yeah, I'm just trying to see if there's something I can do to assist your diplomacy.
It puts the phaser in its mouth.
It's not a phaser, it's a disruptor.
It puts the disruptor in its mouth.
The Klingons only have their dictars as well. They do not have disruptors on them.
There is no logic in unnecessarily violence. Which totally probably made your diplomacy check worse.
Are you going to do a roll?
What is intimidate based off of? It's a
Strength -5 or will -5?
Strength -5. Oh, abso-fracking-lutely.
You sure that's right?
I think it's strength -5 or will -5.
I think that was 3E.
That is will -5 or skill acting -3. So will -5 would be 8, and so I would have succeeded by 0. So I could assist his or increase his diplomacy by 1.
Yes, but they fail by a lot. So the Klingon of the three, the Klingon that appears to be in charge, will look at you and just say "fuck," and then move past you, and he will shout orders in Klingon, pointing at his the Klingons that were here before they arrived. They
Ramius, as he goes by, spouting off whatever he said, Ramius will say, "My good fellow, perhaps a cup of chamomile tea will calm you down."
You don't have any. It's on the ship.
He doesn't know that.
I believe the universal translators are the comms in TOS. The communicator is also the universal translator. Is that correct?
Oh, that is correct. But that means Dallas has the communicator right now.
Is it the same thing?
It has the universal translator in them. Yeah,
Because the
I think
Prime Directive had it as a separate piece.
Prime Directive is also kind of old. Let me double check off. Of
Yeah,
memory.
well, I don't necessarily trust it.
No one actually knows Klingon, right, as a language?
I
Psylocke
think
had.
Psylocke said he did, and I'm actually
I'm looking at his
going to,
sheet, and he doesn't have
I'm going
Klingon.
to actually put some points in it next time, based off of the fact that the idea that he's been learning it,
Sure.
because it would make sense since they are, frankly, the big bad right now.
Right, so Dallas, the universal translator, we'll assume that it is the com. In
I'll
Klingonese,
make it available.
the head Klingon will say, "Delok, Brutog, you are charged with theft of a ship of the Empire. You will come with us now as prisoners, or you will be executed where you stand."
Oh, this guy definitely needs some chamomile tea.
The Klingons, Delok and Pratog, they seem to ignore the request and keep heading towards the entrance of the structure. At which point, the commander will sort of gesture to his two offsiders, and they will go grab the two Klingons, restraining them. They will pull their knives and have them ready to perhaps execute these two Klingons on the commander's order. He will then say, "Your last chance."
Glorian would like to interject here and go, "Wait, we think your men or your soldiers and the rest of these people are under some sort of psionic influence. They may not be responsible for their own actions."
Yes, I concur with my officer's assessment. We too have people who have come here illegally, and they seem
Also,
to be
you may
unaware,
not be able to leave.
and they seem to be unaware of the crimes they've committed.
Is this
I was
Vulcan treachery?
No, this is something beyond all of us. This brought us here for some purpose. I haven't quite understood what it is, but we should go with our people. At best, we'll find out what's going on, and we can take them back to face justice. I'm sure you would agree with that.
Locke and Brutog are thrust to their knees on the ground, with their captors standing behind them, blades in hand. The commander, waiting on the commander's order. The commander will turn to you You will need some sort of influence roll on him. Otherwise, give me a reaction roll.
Did they resist?
You say intimidation will work better than diplomacy? No, diplomacy always gives you a good reaction, doesn't it?
Diplomacy will give you a good reaction if you succeed.
Klingons.
However, if you fail, you still roll a normal reaction and default to that. With intimidation, you get a good reaction, but if you fail and intimidate, you get a very bad reaction.
All right. So would I get a bonus if I used my intimidation?
Given that Klingons respect strength, I will say you get a +2. If you can appropriately intimidate. So I think intimidation actually has some modifiers. So, these modifiers would
Everything has modifiers.
It lists some modifiers. So if you can, you can implement some of those. So, threats of violence and stuff give you a bonus.
All right. Then I will...
But I will give you an additional +2 just because they're Klingon.
Okay. I will order Lori, to point the disruptor at the face of the commanding Klingon and say, "You will stand down. You will assist us, or your heads are going to explode all over this surface. And don't test me."
Lorian will obey his instructions. He doesn't like Klingons anyway. I mean, he doesn't hate them. They're not as sneaky and backstabby as Romulans, but...
So, does that give me a bonus 2 on top of the +2?
Well, you'll get a +2, and I think displays of threat will give you a +2 as well. So +4.
Please obey. I would regret taking your life.
Oh my lord!
You needed it.
The GM did not answer my question. Did the other two actually resist?
No. They were thrust to their knees, and the other two didn't resist. But the other two sort of have their heads turned towards the entrance. They seem to be really keen to get there.
Dallas is going to actually call that out and say, they are not behaving very Klingon-like, are they?
And obviously, it's like they're unaware of the situation that they're currently in. It's just their attention is turned entirely to the entrance of the monolith.
It could be that in my intimidation, I probably shouldn't have been gesturing with the teacup.
That's okay. I'm pointing.
It worked for Riddick.
I'm pointing the disruptor, and with his strength as high as it is, that thing is dead solid. It is not moving at all.
The Klingon will snarl, baring his teeth at you, Captain. Ugh. Then he'll turn to look at the Klingons that are on their knees, and he evaluates for a while. So you succeed by 3. He will just sort of give a nod to his Klingon offsiders. They will then sheathe their knives, but they will still hold on to their captives. The commander will turn back to you and he will laugh and say, "What is this Vulcan trickery?"
Like I said, Klingon, I don't think there's any Vulcan trickery whatsoever. Let's go into this place and try to figure out what's going on.
Perhaps if we can figure out how to work this machine, we can release our ships and perhaps our kinsmen as well. They may return to their formerly antagonistic selves, and all will be right with the universe.
The commander will walk up to the two captive Klingons and he'll sort of boot one of them to the ground and stand over him. He'll say, "Where is your ship?" And let me get this correct before I tell you. Um,
It's going to
He will
interrupt the
say-
GM.
oh,
What
go.
happened to everybody else? Did they just keep
They-
going inside, or did they
Yeah.
stop?
They kept going. It's almost like they're oblivious to what's going on.
Dallas, Psylocke, pursue.
Yeah, we should catch up to them before they make it worse.
Pursue and interrogate.
The Klingons will sort of point in a direction, and they say, "We managed to land over there." And the Klingon commander will say, "How far?" And you'll say, was it kilocams? Is that the Klingon?
Something like that. I can't quite remember.
I think it's kilocams. The Klingons say 20 kilocams to the south of this structure. The Klingon commander will sort of curse.
Killicam. So I guess it depends on how you pronounce it. That might be killicam or killicam.
I think it equates to kilometers.
No. Based off memory alpha, if Klingon transporters have similar range as Federation transporters, then that would indicate 1 kilocam is approximately equal to 2 kilometers.
Right. Then they will say 10 kilocams. So he'll turn to Ramus and sort of snarl a little bit. And he says, "Well, if we are to work together, then you best have your Vulcan dog put down the disruptor."
He's already lowered the disruptor.
Very
Yes. Thank you. Shall we proceed? Well, we'll proceed in then.
Excuse me.
So the captain's going to move by him, and Lorian will approach the commander, and he's going to look at him and say, basically, it's like a Klingon. How are you named? Because I don't think
He
we gave
will.
him his name.
He will say, excuse me. I am Qatar. This is Lag, my tactical officer. And this is Keth, my engineer.
It is agreeable to meet you. I am Lorian, son of T'Pol. This is my Captain Ramius.
I wonder, would the Klingons have perhaps heard the name T'Pol?
I have Reputation 1 in that regard, and I have it as a small class where it's diplomats, senior officers, and historians.
What's your frequency of recognition roll?
All the time. As long as it's a diplomat, historian, or a senior officer.
Well, this guy's a senior officer. Let's reduce the roll considering he's Klingon. So I'll get you to roll. All the time is, I think, 15 or less. So we'll modify that to 12 or less. So give me a just 3d6 roll.
I rolled a 6.
So in that case, you are recognized.
Right. He is the son of the infamous Ambassador T'Pol.
You can see that his body language eases a little bit. Perhaps there's a weird respect given to you at the mention of your name. He says, your family name carries honor. Oh, sorry, he says, your family name is an honorable one.
Indeed.
Is there any particular information that you want to garner from these guys before you sort of venture into the thing?
I would like to confirm, based off of what was implied but not officially stated, that they are also captured. Their ship is also captured.
All right, so long story short, it was. They came out of warp at the planet. The moment they came out of warp, their ship was captured by, or struck by, this orange beam, and that captured. They lost power. Confirmed similar incidents as yourself. Then they claim they were on the, or they were taken from the ship. He uses the term abducted and says, I will have revenge on those that abducted us.
Well, very well. Let's go find your revenge.
This individual appears to be fairly quick to anger, and he's definitely the more aggressive of the Klingons here. And he's somewhat disgusted by the Klingons that were here when you arrived, as they seem to be like passive wimps. And certainly not Klingon at all.
Well, let's find this stuff and shut it down.
All right, we'll take a couple of minute break. I just need to grab a drink. My throat's getting a little dry. So we'll take 5 or less, and then reconvene.
Roger 5.
Okay, we are back.
Yay.
I figure I'll state for the record that Dallas and Psylocke were sent ahead to go catch up to the rest of them.
Very well. So you have a an alliance with these, or a temporary alliance with the Klingons. They will hold off their attack for now, but they demand help in stopping these energy beams. What happens after that, you're not entirely sure.
What do we see?
All right, so you will see, or the charging through the open entrance. Who was it? It was Dallas and who? Who was chasing?
Psylocke.
Psylocke.
All right, so Dallas and Psylocke, you're chasing after the other dudes. Are you doing anything to stop them at all, or are you just going to let them enter?
I just assume wherever they're headed is probably where we need to go. So
you're just keeping up?
yeah, mostly trying to keep the conversation going.
All right, so you will keep up, and you'll sort of all head in as a group. You see a long corridor. There are, sort of lit blue symbols and energy lines that sort of light up this smooth stone corridor. You walk for a moment, and let's see.
Somebody's about to die.
Ahead of you, the Vulcan scientist, Barine, is leading the group. There is a flash of energy. It's blindingly bright. And then a moment later, you see nothing but ash of the Vulcan fall to the ground.
Yeah, we're going to stop the other two.
Yeah, but-
Well, it's other few.
Oh, wow. That was quite unexpected.
Was
On
it
some
really?
level, I'm sure we should have expected that. Let's go back and fetch the doctor so we can examine that the pile of ash and see if that's actually the other guy. You guys
Good
mind
thinking. In case
holding off for a minute?
You're thinking maybe he was transported somewhere instead?
I mean, it could be, but we don't know.
Well, this will probably add or make it obvious or confuse you further. Despite your protests about continuing forward, the Romulan Senator Zeton will look at you and then just stare blankly down the corridor as if, no, I'm going ahead. He takes a step and reaches the
we're trying
same.
to grab him.
Well, if
I'm
you
trying
want
to grab him.
you want to grab him, then you'll have to make a grapple roll.
Well, I'm grabbing the trills. I don't know about Psylocke.
So you have
Someone
two.
shoves the Romulan.
You have two Federation people. You no longer have a
Oh,
Vulcan.
right.
You have the Romulan, two Trill, and two Klingons.
That means
Well,
there's
then we
only
have
one
competing-
true blood Vulcan on this planet.
Actually, the two Klingons are still being sort of held by the others, so they're not here.
Yeah, I forgot about the humans. So I have sense of duty to Federation, but I've also got sense of duty to Trill, so they're kind of competing at the moment. So Dallas has two hands. He's going to grab the two Trill.
All right, you will grab the two Trill. Give me a Dex or Wrestling to grapple.
All out. It's all out telegraph. They're not going to be looking at him. So
No, they definitely have their backs to you. So if you succeed, you have them grappled.
18.
No, I want him to roll a 20 on 3d6. I don't know how, but borrow Mel's dice and it's possible.
If it stops on a corner, on all three corners, then it's a 20.
Damn, he tried. He rolled a 14.
yeah, the other one was a little more impressive.
So
Just reach out, get him by the shoulder.
So you're doing telegraphed and two attacks all out.
Yeah.
Okay, so you will grab the two Trill. They don't immediately resist, but they stop and look at you like, what are you doing? We're supposed to go that way.
Let's hold on for just a minute. You two stop.
The two Federation personnel, they continue forward, as do the Klingons and the
Not
Romulan.
Klingons.
Sorry, not the Klingons, and the Romulan. The two Federation and the Romulan continue forward. Is Psylocke going to attempt to do anything?
Psylocke. I'm looking at his
Hello?
picture. I'm looking at his picture, and he's just simply look. He's got that look in his face as he watches them go into the disintegrator space.
Sorry. Oh my God. I'm trying to like click on my TeamSpeak to unmute it, and I couldn't find a button. He will try to stop the two Federation agents.
All right.
Sense of duty towards Federation and whatnot.
So you
Plus,
can.
you know, he's Vulcan and Romulans are assholes.
You could do the same if you want. A all-out attack, telegraph +4.
Melee telegraph.
Either on wrestling, judo, or dex.
Okay, so +4. And punch. I suppose punch. Oh no, you said not punch.
I'm assuming you're grappling, right?
Sorry, I was looking at my combat pack. Let's see. In my skills.
Do you have wrestling or judo?
No.
Okay, so you could do a dex +4 then.
Yep. I'm clearly going to need to get a bunch of people in the gym a bit more.
You'll need to do a second one for the other.
Oh.
Damn, margin crit. Good job.
Are they both at a +4 or just the first one?
Both of them.
Dex, you said? Dex.
Wow.
So margin crit
Two
by 10,
margin
margin crit
crits
by
in a
11.
row. Wow. We know who's got the
You
cheat
said he was-
dice.
You said he was getting rid of his good rolls earlier.
You're definitely dying later on.
So I can grab him by the scruff of the, well, not the neck because that's a -5, but I
So
grab him by their clothes.
between you, you grab the 2 Trill and the 2 Federation personnel. The Romulan senator keeps going forward, steps into the same area that the Vulcan did. There is a brilliant flash of light, and another pile of ash falls to the ground.
That's karma.
Yeah. Romulans suck.
At this
Let's
point,
let's go back outside for just a minute while we confer.
they will resist. They don't resist going any further forward because obviously they just saw 2 people vaporize. So they're not, totally suicidal. But if you try to, get them to leave, they say, no, we need to stay here and figure this out. And
Only for a
they
minute,
will
only
they
for a
will
minute.
actually resist. So if you just sort of, force them a little bit, they will actually resist and try to wriggle free from your grapple. They say, no,
Well-
leave us here. We'll try and figure this out.
So he's gonna try to talk them into leaving, and with the caveat that we're only leaving for a minute. We do need to go in there, but we need to figure something out real quick. We need to get some better minds involved.
This is definitely going to require a contested influence roll.
Right. Well, in the off chance that my attentions to them might have garnered the sense of duty bonus, I'll bring that up.
Sure.
And I will take it because I will probably need it. Here we go. And I won't because apparently this dice thing is going to affect everybody. Better get your rolls in while the machine is favorable.
3 crits in a row.
Well, that one wasn't a crit.
It's downhill from here.
It's always downhill from here.
Just for a minute.
All right, so the Trill, they will, they're hesitant, and to lead them out, it is sort of requiring constant encouragement, but they will leave. Psylocke, you have the 2 Federation people. What is your intent with them? They don't want to leave. They say, we can work this out. We must continue in. So
Well, I
they
think
won't
logic would
resist.
be, he saved their life. If they want to continue on, he's not going to be, he's not going to stop them. I don't think he
What?
would,
No, stop them. You don't want them to go in there.
unless I'm given why not?
Because they're going to get disintegrated.
But they've already seen what happens, right? He stopped them. So
Yeah,
he's
but I
done
We've
don't
his
already
duty.
established they're not under their own control here.
Yeah, that's the thing, is I don't think they're entirely in their proper mind. Think of them as they're very badly intoxicated, so they make stupid decisions. So they're like E3s who have just come back from deployment,
So
or
while they're
E1s who just graduated basic and AIT.
so while they don't resist you keeping them here, they're not going forward as long as you sort of hold on to them, and they are obviously looking around. They want to try and find a way to sort of overcome whatever this is. But if you try and lead them out, they will resist, and it will require some sort of influence roll. Otherwise, they will resist violently.
Yeah. He's gonna be
You
like,
try and lead them out, and they just become more and more aggressive, saying, "No, we got to stay."
The captain's going to come over, and I'm going to order them. I'd like to use leadership and order them. It's my means of influencing.
Sure. Okay. Like the Trill, you can lead them out, but you have to constantly encourage them. They keep saying, "No, we really should go back and investigate. There's a way to get in."
While Psylocke is strong-arming them, I will turn to Dr. Jones and say, we don't have any sort of strong sedatives with us, do we?
Well, there's some rocks
Unfortunately,
over there we could use.
Well, there was that surgery
There is
kit.
the-
You can go,
yeah, if we have the
sure,
surgery
let's
kit.
see what this does.
Yeah, she'll check the surgery kit to see if there's anything that'll knock them out.
Let's see
Perhaps
what
one
this
of the
does.
perhaps one of the Klingons could assist in at least explaining if there's any sedative.
The Klingons. What's a sedative?
Right.
Shouldn't have made me laugh like it did.
It is a surgery kit, so I guess there's something that might sedate. If surgery is supposed to be performed. So let's have the universe decide.
That would be a no.
Of course not. They're Klingons.
It's Klingon grog.
There is a what do they call them? A bit to bite on.
That tracks.
Nice. And oddly enough, there's a bag of dirt.
She drops the dirt. I'm like, oh
Medicinal
God,
dirt.
why?
It is medicinal dirt. You have to rub the dirt in it.
She has misophobia.
I will.
I've forgotten about that.
Yep.
All right, so
Klingon commander and say, I recommend that we detain these people outside of the structure. Clearly, their brains are addled.
it is about this time that I want those of you that entered the structure, being Dallas, Psylocke, and Captain Ramius, to give me a will roll in the box, please.
Dun dun dun.
Oh, are we not all in there? I thought we were all in there at this point.
Well, Dallas
might
and
all be
Psylocke
in
went in
there
there
by
first.
now.
I don't know when the rest of you joined.
I'm going to assume that Lorian and Jones did not necessarily go in. because it was Dallas and Psylocke ran off ahead, and then the captain sort of followed up.
What roll again? Sorry.
A will roll, please.
Just a straight flat
Straight will. Yep.
in the box in the triangle.
Yep. Oh my God, you guys suck. We need less intelligent people.
Well, yeah, that's not this game.
You're saying
All right, so
less intelligent characters or people? Never mind.
both will work. So with some resistance, you manage to get everyone outside of the structure again. The door remains open and inviting, and you can see all those that seem to be, let's just say, I'll call them the possessed.
The possessed.
They seem to be longing to get back inside, and are mostly oblivious with what's going on, but their attention is definitely focused on the structure and getting in. You can see they're looking around for a possible way to get in, and they'll even converse. Perhaps there's another rune that we can touch, like the entrance, that will
Yeah.
Or Mr.
Dallas-
Dallas and Mr. Psylocke can disable that apparent trap that you have spoken of.
Dallas is going to be talking to the Trills at least, and trying to get an idea of. In some ways, he's kind of distracting them, but at the same time, he really wants to know if they have some kind of visual of where they're going, what's compelling them, how does that work? Do they know what's there? Are they just sort of vaguely interested? That kind of thing. Also gathering up some rocks because he was thinking about throwing a rock in there to see if it gets vaporized.
Or hitting them with a rock.
the Trill, they will respond. They don't know where they're going, but they know they have to go that way. And they sort of point basically down that corridor.
Why
Can they-
do they need to go that way?
Yeah. Why that particular way?
Because
Well,
that
they're
will
going on
lead.
Trills, so you guys probably don't know what the hell's they're talking about.
That's true.
Well, I'm assuming that you're actually, they're speaking Trill, so. And it's Dallas that has the universal translator, so no one else is necessarily picking this up.
Well, if they were diplomatizing outside, he probably would have passed that off.
Don't need it. We got it all squared away with the Klingons. They're our friends now.
Yeah.
Frenemies.
What are we missing? There's something probably quite obvious that we're missing here.
Well, it was Jones that found the entrance, touching the entrance to, or rune that opened the entrance. So perhaps Jones can start touching other stuff.
Ooh. But she's still
No time for
outside.
love,
So
Dr. Jones.
someone will have to come get her.
Well, I think you're all outside at this point.
Yeah, we're all outside.
You could try and science it and probably engineer it. Or if you suspect it is a trap of some sort, then if you have a trap skill, you're welcome to roll on that.
Sadly, I do not.
Oh, I figure nobody probably does. But
IQ -5.
actually, so As long as the Trill are at least mostly secure at this point, and Dallas feels like he's free to move about, he'll go in there and he will recall how to do traps from the symbiote.
Cheater. Or he
I,
won't.
I don't have a clue.
Never
And
mind.
I recall it fairly well, apparently.
No, it's like I thought Ramius's role was yours. That's why I said, or he
Oh.
won't.
All right, so you will leave the Trill, but it turns out that they can't be left unsupervised. Otherwise, they will just start to meander in that direction, curiously seeing what's going on, to see if they can help. So someone has to sort of stay there and supervise them. I assume it's not the captain, nor is it Dallas, because you both made traps rolls.
Sit down. Wow, that's only by 0.
They will comply for the time being, but their attention is definitely looking at what's going on inside the corridor.
Actually, how far in was that, roughly?
It's only like a half
Within
dozen
earshot.
yards inside
okay.
before.
So Dallas is going to be yelling back out at them, like, "Hey, did you see the thing over here? Is that important?"
Okay, so you will be looking around, and your instinct tells you that this is definitely some sort of security implementation. Is a booby trap, for want of a better word. And it, like all traps, it is likely that you will be able to disable it.
All right.
One fried Trill coming right up.
But that will require at least Psylocke's input, and I guess Dallas. You can give me a science.
Why would that require that? Is it a trap?
Well, it is effectively a trap, so you'd have to do, what is it? Electronics repair security systems?
Damn it. Keep forgetting I got it. Wait, is repair actually part of science?
I don't think so. It'll be part of engineering.
Well, no, I guess not. I've got all the operations, but not the repairs. And they're not high enough to default it. So it's not traps to disable it? That's odd.
I don't have traps.
Okay, but you got electronics repair, I presume.
So you have inventor, right?
Inventors like engineering stuff.
Okay.
Yep.
So Dallas will talk Psylocke through the trap part, and together we will disable whatever it is.
I have
And then we'll
electronics
test it with some
repair.
rocks.
I'm pretty good at it, but I'm specialized in. So I
You
don't know what
initially
state of
test it
default.
with rocks, and even if you throw rocks, they don't get vaporized. You suspect it's probably only organic stuff. Or maybe it's intelligent enough to discern a rock from a threat.
Time to build a rock suit.
So the Klingons will be okay. Okay. Yeah. So whatever we need here.
So give me a science roll and give me an inventor roll. The science will complement the inventor.
Right. Got it. Complimented.
Sorry, I keep losing my. I think I need to charge my battery, my mouse. What am I? I'm rolling
Inventor.
science inventor, which is all the engineering stuff.
Yes.
Is that what you want? Okay. So success by 5.
Six.
After a little bit of messing around, you feel that you have disabled the trap or the security feature, but you cannot be sure unless you try it.
That's awesome. So you've got a good hunch.
Yeah, how do we test this?
Who don't we like? I mean, anyway,
Wow.
If you are deliberating as to how to test it, what is it? Qatar? Is that his name? Yeah,
Well, you don't have all the
Qatar.
names memorized?
Of course not. I'm flat out remembering my name sometimes. I'm getting too old. Qatar. He will point to his engineer, Keth, and he'll say, "For the Empire."
The Emperor protects.
May Kalis guide you. And
I don't know how I feel about that.
the Keth will, stand sort of proudly, walk forward. He stops at the sort of the edge of what would be the boundary, or where previous people got disintegrated. Then he steps forward bravely, doesn't show any fear, and he steps past the piles of ash on the ground. He continues to walk forward until he gets to sort of the end of the corridor, at which point those possessed, which are not immediately being restrained, will begin to sort of charge forward again, walking with purpose into the
let's
corridor.
stick together.
Who has
right.
that?
the captain was very happy to see the Klingons go through first.
Oh, the captain is intolerant to Klingons? That's interesting.
That means you would have had a -1 dealing with them?
Well, I'm
Yeah,
feeling
but I
towards
gave
them.
him a
It's
+1,
spirit.
so it's that's kind of amusing because I was kind of thinking of Lorian actually having a grudging respect for them.
Okay. But yeah, Dallas is gonna hang with the Trill and try to keep them from getting too far ahead.
Well, they will walk with purpose, and if there is, in quotes, other traps, they're certainly going to trigger them.
Let's not
they're
get too fast. Too fast. We need to make sure
they're
there's not
definitely
another
not
one of
paying
those.
attention. They will come to the end of the corridor. They will look both ways and then turn to the left and start
Shout
walking.
at them, order them to
Stop. Hold up.
very loudly.
Let everybody catch up.
The
No.
Ramius will also just let the other Klingon go. It's like, go first, by all means.
Everybody's getting triggered.
Yeah, I have that intolerance as well.
All right, so they will stop, but only momentarily for you guys to sort of catch up, and then they'll continue on. And eventually you will find yourselves walking into
Very cool.
Aha. This must be the place.
I'm gonna make sure these possessed people. I'm like, do not touch anything. Stand right there and do not move.
Let us examine before we touch.
Note: this weapon does not have a stun setting, and if you put everyone in danger because you're being stupid, I will use it on you.
Dr. Jones must be going nuts about it.
Yep.
So Dr. Jones is pressing all sorts of buttons and stuff. Ah,
Hey, you two. That goes for you too. Examine first.
You're welcome, Ronnke.
so while you're paying attention to the possessed, you hear buttons being pressed and whirrings of clickings of dials and stuff as the
I'm gonna
doctor.
whirl around there, and in a very sharp military voice, it's going to be Dr. Jones.
I wanted
Come
to
on now,
touch
Doctor.
that.
Let's not infuriate anyone.
All right, so there is all manner of controls and dials and buttons and inputs and screens and holographic displays.
Dallas is asking specifically the Trill, but potentially the others here. What is their impulse to do at this point? If there's a specific thing that they feel compelled to touch in here.
The Trill will sort of point, sort of not pointing at anything in particular, but they'll say, we need to activate this structure, and we'll point to a set of consoles, and then in sort of next sentence we'll say, yes, activate it, and we'll point to another console.
And
Um,
what precisely is telling you to do this? What will happen? Do you know?
we'll activate it. We must study this. This is fascinating.
Oh,
I've never seen anything like it.
That is irrelevant. You are not to touch anything. And he's definitely going to look at Jones when he says that. Until we know what these buttons do not touch anything. Mr. Dallas, Mr. Psylocke.
All right, I'm going to do this. Since you're the one that's instructing, you can roll leadership. Your margin of success will determine the amount of minutes that you have these people under control. 1
No
minute.
minutes at all.
1 minute before they start,
Yeah,
getting too itchy.
They're not even paying attention to him.
All righty. What can we do?
All right, so let me read you this. This large room, also pentagonal, contains the same blue markings and etchings that cover the outside of the monolith. It is obviously a control room of some kind with panels and displays and controls spread about the room. With the amount of dust covering the controls and the seats, it is apparent this place hasn't seen use in a very long time.
How big is the room? Can we where was it like the abode of giants, or was it really short people that used it based off of like the seats and all that?
Wow, good question. I think they are not giants, but perhaps not human, but bigger than human. Given the size of stuff.
Like the engineer size?
Well, I
Oh,
think
right.
those would be giants.
Let's
They weren't that big.
let's say the engineer size from Aliens.
Not aliens.
Or
That's not aliens.
Prometheus.
And beyond, if that sort of thing actually exists.
No, that exists. It's all imaginary.
So while Dallas is sort of walking the trails around and getting a sense of what they're keyed in on, he's wanting to examine the displays and see if there's some sort of pattern there. Does it look like we're pointed at a planet or a system? Can I identify that?
If you have observation, give me a roll on that.
Yes, I do, and I shall roll it. It shall be great. Not bad. 5.
All right, so looking around this place, you will be able to sort of presume or speculate that given the seats and stuff, the creatures that this was designed for are likely bipedal and a little bit larger than a human.
Do I recognize any star systems?
Give me yes, you've got your astronomy. You do recognize some star systems based on pulsars. That you're sort of looking at this. Given that, keep in mind that all this takes time. Not that you know it, but you only have a minute before these guys can't help themselves. But you notice that there's certain pulsars that have frequencies and orientations that you're familiar with, but their locations on these star maps and constellations and whatever are different. Consistent with what you would expect, stars and stuff do in their natural movement through the galaxy.
I can't deduce that we're aiming some super weapon into like Earth or another, the Vulcan home planet.
No.
Are any of them familiar?
The systems?
Mm-hmm.
Well, given the captain pointing out, I know this is this pulsar. This is the Bernard pulsar or whatever. You will be able to identify familiar systems and stuff, but you're not sure whether this is a weapon.
Well, my next question was, are any of these systems that are familiar the ones that these people came from?
You're not able to conclusively say yes or no, but most likely no. At this point, one of the Klingons, I think it's Detok, he can't help himself and sort of throws himself at one of the controls, and before you get a chance to react, his hands are like all over them, running his fingers along certain patterns and pressing buttons, dials, and such. When he starts and your attention is on him, you'll see the others will go to other consoles and they disperse amongst the room, and do similar stuff. They'll be at one console for a second, doing stuff, pressing buttons. It seems random to you, but then they'll go to another console and start doing the same.
Mr. Dallas, please advise.
You have lost control of these, I guess. You have a disruptor. You can start shooting people if you want.
Captain's going to say, let it be. Let it be. There's nothing we can do now.
I could shoot them. And he
That's
says
a
it
hard.
completely deadpan, like he's 100% serious, because he might be 100% serious.
Yeah, that's a hard no.
All right. The displays spring to life, showing three-dimensional displays running a variety of status updates and algorithms that are incomprehensible without much closer and more careful study. Some information is easy to see, however. One display shows a three-dimensional representation of the Bacchus system. It shows a beam shooting from Bacchus IV, reaching out to the moon of Bacchus III. The moon is pulled out of orbit, cut into huge monoliths of different geometrical shapes, and pulled down to the surface of Bacchus IV. Another display shows a display of the galaxy with bits of red highlighting different points all over the galaxy. Bacchus IV is highlighted, and the greatest concentration of lights is in an unexplored area of the galaxy, deep within the Beta Quadrant. Another display shows a representation of twin orange beams trapping the Lexington and a Klingon bird of prey.
Need to figure out how to turn those off.
If the display shows the current situation, it looks like both ships are in danger of being torn apart.
I'm going to look at Dallas with a clear, fix it sort of expression, but no words.
Pull the plug.
Yeah. At this point, look at the Klingons. Look at everyone who's pushing buttons and simply saying, "Do you not realize you're going to destroy human life in what you're doing? How do we stop this?"
I don't think they have any idea what they're doing, sir.
When I say pull the plug, I mean, is there... Dallas is going to find something that looks like power generation and try to cut it off.
I guess you can give me a science roll. Roll really high or really well.
If you need me to, I can shoot it.
Well, it may come to that. Yeah, it's not very
It
high.
did roll really high. No, the GM told you to roll really high, and you did.
Well, the GM sucks then.
Okay. Give me a description of how it is that you're attempting to take control of this situation.
Ooh.
Entertain us.
Placing a small thermonuclear device somewhere in the building.
Didn't we already have that discussion? Who are you asking?
Well, it was Dallas that was instructed to fix it.
Yeah, Dallas is looking for a power source. I mean, what else is there?
All right, so you look for a power source. With a roll like that, you're unable to identify anything that is an obvious power source, or at least if the power source exists, it's behind the consoles, which appear to be made of like a smooth stone.
Do I need to toss you the pistol? Like you can go, Commander, and gesture, and I toss it to you, and you shoot, cut through the stone wall.
There's only one vulnerable point, or actually 6 vulnerable points right now. And if we remove those vulnerable points, this will stop.
What are you talking about? The people?
Yes.
No, but the beam is already there.
Yeah, I'm okay. Okay. Let me start over then. Dallas
Yeah.
has been observing what they're doing because he's trying to figure out what they're doing.
Okay, yeah. I think there was a misunderstanding there. When I was like saying fix it, I wasn't talking about take control of the people. I was focusing on shut down those the tractor beams.
Yeah, but
Sorry.
nobody knows how to work it.
Yeah, I'm just but you're a super genius when it comes to science.
Not
And I'm
that
not.
super genius. So
Okay.
see what we can do. So basically he's going to go back and do what they were doing and try to reverse it.
Okay.
So he does have eidetic memory.
All right. Give me an IQ roll. Just straight IQ. You will eidetic the shit out of this.
Oh,
Well,
crap, you're smart.
at least that one didn't suck.
Wait, never mind. I'm only 1 point dumber than you are. I forgot that I was really smart too.
You will sort of mentally retrace what these people were doing, and then step towards the console that looks to be controlling the 2 orange beams. You run your fingers across some of the runes. You're not exactly sure what you're doing, but you're trying to retrace what the possessed did. While you're doing this, the possessed just sort of stop and start looking around. They're almost like in unison, and they're no longer pressing buttons and stuff.
Oh, crap.
They're about to jump me, aren't they?
I was just gonna say, get that gun on them and tell them to stand down.
No, I'm not planning on pointing at it, but I'm definitely prepared to start shooting some.
The holographic displays that show the ships trapped reveal or indicate the beams disappear, and so it looks like the both the Klingon bird of prey and the Lexington are no longer being affected by the beam.
Excellent.
As dazzling displays stream information at you from all directions, an explosion rocks the monolith. All of the displays go dark simultaneously, leaving you in pitch black. Then one display appears, showing you a holographic representation of the Bacchus system. It shows the planet you are on, with beams of energy bolting out and destroying the other planets in the system.
Oh!
I think I pushed the wrong button.
A placid voice speaks throughout the control room.
I'm sorry, Dave.
I can't do that. Your access to our technology has put you in danger. This system will be destroyed. Use the teleportation field to return to your ship and leave this system immediately. The voice repeats, and the message The voice repeats the message as a purple beam of light plays a spotlight on the floor.
What language was it speaking?
It was speaking
The universal Trek language.
Mumble, mumble, mumble.
It was speaking English.
Okay.
Inglés.
Is it one
Order.
of those where it was actually, the TV show hears it as English, but Commander Lorian and Lieutenant Commander Psylocke hear Vulcan, and
Sure.
Lieutenant Commander Dallas hears Trill, and the Klingons heard Klingonese.
Sure. Everyone seems to
Captain
understand.
Radius heard whatever language that he speaks, because we can't quite tell with that accent.
Everybody, get into that beam now. That's an order.
Right.
Boy, I hope that goes where we want it to.
Start herding the possessed, I think you were calling them, toward the beam.
Well, the possessed begin to resist. They want to stand there and just observe.
No, get into the bloody beam.
No. We want to observe from space. We'll observe from space.
I'm going to shove them if necessary.
All right, so this will take strength rolls. They don't resist grapples or anything like that, but they do resist you shoving them around.
Right, so I'm going to grab 2 of them. Do you need 2 strength rolls?
If you grab 2, then yes.
So by 10 and woo, by 14. With the critical success for the 14.
Well,
He's a proper Vulcan. He's really strong.
What is your basic lift at this point?
My basic lift is over here, 65.
So depending on how big they are, you can pick up a couple of them.
Yep. 65, 130, 195, 390, 650 as the weight encumbrance things.
You will see
So
that
390, he could be heavy and carry 2 of them.
the 3 non-possessed Klingons will head to the purple beam. The Klingon leader, Qatar, will say, "Let them die for their crime," and will
We
leave.
can learn much information from them, however.
And well, he's referring predominantly to his Klingon
Yeah, his Klingon guys, yeah.
Klingon guys who are just standing in awe of this room, staring around the place. So at this point, the Klingon doesn't appear to want to save his buddies. He wants justice to be done. So if you intend to save them, then it'll have to come from you guys. So Lorraine, you grab 2 people. Those 2 people were
Probably the Federation guys.
the Federation guys. That leaves the 2 Trill and the 2 Klingons.
Dallas will get one of the Trill and get somebody else to help with the other.
Dr.
Yeah.
Jones is going to say, Captain, we cannot leave the Klingon to die.
Klingons. There's 2.
Are we in Federation space right now?
Yes.
I really don't give a damn about what they do with their own kind, Doctor. But you're welcome to try to influence them as well, and I'll back you on that, begrudgingly.
What a jerk. He's the
Wow.
worst.
I'm curious what happens to them when they go through.
Remember, the captain is intolerant of Klingon.
Yeah, I know.
See, the Klingons here landed. They weren't
not all of
teleported
them.
here.
Not all of them. The 2
No,
that
the
were
2
already
that were here before, they landed.
Right. Oh, I see what
So-
you're saying.
They didn't get teleported here.
Very well, Doctor. Do as you wish.
All right. Dr. Jones is going to attempt to intimidate the Klingons into getting into the beam.
So as the captain is into the light, Lorian is going to shove the two guys into him, the two Starfleet guys, and go assist
Oh.
Dr. Jones.
Right.
All right, so you won't be able to intimidate them because they're not. It's like they're catatonic. They're not interacting at all. They're just in awe of what they're seeing. If you try and push them, they will resist to try and get back to where they were sort of standing and watching, but they can't be reasoned with at this point. So you will have to use strength to basically shove them into the light.
Yeah, that's why Commander Lorian is going to come over there and help her.
So,
The captain will begrudgingly go and help as well.
okay.
Nope, you
here's-
got to hold the two
nope.
Starfleet guys I shoved.
Oh, okay, right, very well.
All right, here's what I want to do. Seeing she's a doctor, would she know like the perfect spot to crack someone in the skull to knock them out without killing them?
Sure, give me a medical roll.
Well, they are Klingons. It's slightly different. They have thicker skulls.
But she has medicine now, which means that she has all the physiologies.
Yep,
She
success
knows
by
it
7.
all.
You do know of some pressure points which, if hit hard enough, will stun them sufficiently to either knock them out or at least, stun them for a period.
All right, so
That's
she
going to be
will.
awesome. She's going to do that, and the other Klingons are going to be like, "Oh,
Oh, no, she's. I don't
we
think.
like
What?
this doctor."
I don't
They-
think she's.
They could do that?
Well, you know what? She'll be happy to give it a try, but her strength is pretty bad. I was
That
just
is
thinking,
three.
like,
Do it.
Do what?
Three.
Give me if you're going to try and hit this location, just give me a thrust damage roll. It's on the front of your character sheet, on the main tab of your character sheet.
Hit him with the track
Okay.
Clunk.
I was gonna get Lorian to do it and get.
Or that.
Say, but basically,
Hit him with the
Commander.
Vulcan.
No, you can stun
him.
them, and I'll pick them up and carry them.
Yeah, I was just thinking you're stronger,
Yep.
so it would probably have more success if you did it. But I'll give it a try.
No, Lorian won't be able to do it because he's not educated enough to hit this pressure point exactly.
And I roll a 1.
That's fine.
And there's the second one. That one's a little better.
All right, so you will hit the first one. Fortunately for him, his DR will protect, and he's not stunned. But the second one, you hit, and you can see that he does get stunned. Let me see if he actually falls unconscious.
That'd be funny.
He won't fall unconscious, but he will be stunned enough to, maneuver him to the light without much resistance.
So I'll grab the other guy with my success by 7.
All right, so between the two of you, you will definitely be able to drag these Klingons.
And the other Klingons
One
are
is
definitely eyeing Dr. Jones in a new light, and they're like, "Oh man, those human doctors are kind of scary." Oh, it's because she's Scottish.
Yep.
so. The one you stunned, you're able to maneuver easily because he's just like wobbling on his feet, and you direct him in this direction. You know that this effect will wear off quickly as his system and backup systems kick in. The other guy will resist as Lorian, you drag him into the light, but eventually you will get everyone there. And I'm assuming that Psylocke goes, so...
No, he's going to stay behind.
I think that is everyone,
He really
with the
wants to see what
exceptions, with the exception of the piles of dust. I'm assuming you're leaving those.
Yeah, not much we can do about them. And they're not here.
We don't have a dustpan and a broom.
You feel an energy, and then as your senses return following a transport, you first notice that you are on the bridge of a smallish craft. The air is stale and reeks of Klingon. A dozen shocked Klingons turn and level a dozen disruptors at you. "What is this intrusion?" yells the closest, his finger dangerously twitching on the disruptor's trigger. Let me bring up some new images.
Are the 2 Klingon with us?
It's more
Yes.
than 2. It's a total of 5, I think. Because we got 3 that were that appeared, and then the 2 that we took that you and I manhandled over there.
Yeah, did everybody that went through go to the same place?
Now I'm deciding, because that's kind of funny, if you swapped ships.
This is a super alien intelligence, but it's kind of dumb.
Nope, it's not that one. You are on the bridge over here. I'm not going to bother putting tokens and stuff down unless combat will ensue. But you'll feel free to zoom in and take a look at where you are.
So, re-ask the question. Did everybody that go through end up here?
Give me 1 second while I just evaluate the
Well, like
the
I
hilarity
said,
of...
it does sort of make sense because the Klingons were the last persons that whatever it was beamed down. So if everything was returned to the last thing that was used, that was, I don't know, in the buffer. But at the same time, I can totally see Ronnke's. This would be really funny.
I'm actually going to go with that. This is going to be really funny. Since you held on to the 2 Klingons that you brought into the light, they will be with you, as will the 2 Federation. Who else held on to the Federation peeps?
The captain.
I did.
Shoved them into his hands.
And Dallas, you were holding on to the Trill. All right, so everyone, bar the 3 non-possessed Klingons, appear on this bridge.
Damn it, where'd the non-possessed Klingons go?
Probably onto the bridge of the Lexington. Which would be hilarious.
I believe there's been a mix-up. I think we were sent to the wrong ship.
I think they'll agree with that.
All right, so you have a bunch of angry Klingons pointing disruptors at you.
Is there such a thing as a not angry Klingon?
Less angry.
Okay, so all of us are here with the people that we had hold of, and the
The
other
two Klingons,
Klingon
yes.
did not end up here. Is that true?
Yeah, the non-possessed Klingons did not end up here.
We did get the names of those Klingons that followed up here, right?
You did? They are...
And I don't think I'm the only one with eidetic memory.
They are Captain Qatar, Tactical Officer Larg, and Engineer Keth.
If you open a hailing frequency to the Lexington, I suspect you'll probably be able to speak to your captain and your tactical officer.
Alright, so how will we de-escalate this? Give me a reaction roll for the captain. This will be how the situation as you appear, how aggressive they are towards you. Love it. Okay.
So we started blasting.
No, they are not blasting. Sorry. What was it? Qatar is not captain. He is the first officer. So these disruptors are all pointing at you. And he says, "Answer! I demand an answer. What is this?"
Transporter accident.
I told you, if you open a hailing frequency to the Lexington, you'll be able to speak to your crew. We have been beamed to the wrong ships.
He will instruct his bridge crew to, he shouts words in Klingon. At this point, the universal translator has not had time to respond. They will secure you guys rather forcefully, pushing you to the ground and doing that for everyone except the two Klingons which you brought with. The captain will pull his dagger, hold it up, and indicate with a gesture to what you imagine is execute you, as he slices his dagger in a motion across his neck. At which point you will see the other Klingons will draw their daggers. Give me a diplomacy roll. You will actually no, perception roll first. We'll take that diplomacy. You will see that the two Klingons that you brought with don't seem to have that possessed look anymore. And they're looking around quite nervous or uneasy about the situation that's taking place. At this point, your fates do not look good, but perhaps you can use the two Klingons to negotiate your position, or to vouch for you.
If you don't believe us, And I can understand why you don't. But on the other hand, we brought you the Klingons you were looking for, and ask them if we did them any harm.
Give me a reaction roll +4. This is to see whether the Klingons that you brought back care enough.
Of course, Klingons don't like other Klingons either.
Okay.
Dumb Scots.
You can roll again for the second Klingon. All right, so the second Klingon, I don't remember his name, Bratok or something like that. He will pipe up and he will say, Qatar had a truce with the Federation. At which point the captain will, give an order to the men to no longer execute you. He will converse with Bratok, and they will explain the situation. And the Klingons on the bridge relax a little, but you still feel the situation is very tense. You will be let up. The Klingon captain he sort of evaluates what's going on, and he will, another one of the Klingons in the bridge, he's going to pipe up. He will say, Captain, as he's back at the console. What's the captain's name?
Is it Bob?
No. It's Captain Parak.
I am still holding out for Crap, son of Kink.
Captain Parak. Attempts to stabilize the warp drive have failed. We can either eject the core, or we can either eject the core and... Oh, hang on. I've got a barking dog. Back in 1 second.
We can tell.
It's not wargs. What the hell are those things? Targs. Their targ is barking at us.
Right. Yeah, something I realized as we were working through some of these things. I have curious, but I also have cautious.
That's interesting.
That
You're
is
like,
interesting.
I want to know what's going on, but I'm going to be really careful about it.
I'm not going to
Sorry
push
about that.
that button, but I'm going to examine it very carefully.
Yeah, we're like, your nose is like 2 millimeters away from it, but you're not going to push it.
All right, so he will say, we can either eject the core and be trapped here, or we can allow the core to explode and we can die with honor. There are nods and grunts from the rest of the Klingons.
And what about your other crew on my ship? I mean, don't you want them to come and die with you on honor? And we can happily go back to our ship and watch you die with honor. If
Alternately, Lorian will say, with a sidelong glance at the captain, Lieutenant Commander Psylocke is an expert engineer. He can assist you. There is no logic in dying without purpose.
Well, honor is a purpose worth dying for there. Anyway, yes, we can either assist you with your warp core, or you can just scoot us over to Lexington and we'll get your captain back here in a pinch.
First officer, it's not captain. The captain's still on board.
And your tactical officer.
The captain, Peruk, he will, simmer, get the Klingons to sort of simmer down a little bit, while they seem to be of the impression they would, gladly die with honor. The captain doesn't seem to be so eager, and he says, "What can your Vulcan do?"
Apparently win you over, I say under my breath. Yes, he can assist you in getting your warp core back and functioning.
He will nod, and he'll say, "Very well. Do it." And he'll...
Well, can't make it any worse.
He will gesture to some of the other Klingon on the bridge. Go with him. Make sure this is not a Federation ploy.
Good grief, man.
And they will grunt. And the captain will say, "The rest of you will stay here."
Charming.
There's no logic in presuming it is a trap.
So,
if this
question.
If this vessel self-destructs, then Commander Psylocke will also die.
Question. The Lexington has also been freed, I presume. Well, I am presuming that the Klingon ship has also been freed. Have they attempted to contact this ship?
They have not as yet. You're not sure at the state of the Lexington.
Right. Now, we also
And
had
if
some
this ship is
problems
the
with
situation
that.
on this ship is anything to go by, you imagine the Lexington's not doing well.
Right, because the beams were doing damage.
Yes. All right, so Psylocke, I will need a inventor roll to diagnose what's wrong with their warp engines.
Don't roll like crap.
Roll like crap so we can all die like Klingons.
Yes.
Can I just roll my actual skill instead of the wild card?
Sure.
Yeah.
If you have the skill, so roll it.
You said it's the warp drive? Okay.
Yes.
Success by 6 on the mechanics roll.
Okay. You will be able to diagnose the problem you can see that the warp core, it is inevitable that it is going to explode. It must be ejected. However, it appears that the ejection system has malfunctioned. The Klingon crew that are with you, they sort of stand around confused. The engineer that would have known how to do something did not apparently get beamed back here.
So right now he's in the Lexington engine room going, yeah, you guys are idiots. You need to do this, this, and this.
Something like that. You will be able to work out that you can eject the core manually, but it will require a spacewalk. The Klingons that are with you can usher you to an airlock, and you will see that there are 2 Klingon spacesuits of a size that will fit 2 characters. Let's say that it'll fit Psylocke, and just because Jones hasn't had much to do, Lieutenant Jones or Dr. Jones could fit the other suit, and she should be able to give you enough muscle power to do the manual external overrides. Just
Oh,
cause.
Lord.
Muscle power. Jones.
Yeah.
It's a
strength
suit.
of 10.
It's a suit thing. She's the only one that fits. You're all like big and bulky and stuff.
So the Klingons
Is
can't
she
help?
as big as a Klingon?
This particular suit was made for a small Klingon,
What's
a
the
Dr.
skill
Jones sized
for
Klingon.
walking outside? Is it
Uh,
vac suits?
Vac suit will be required to put on the suits, and free fall is the role you need for operating in space. Of course, the ship does have magnetic. The vac suits have magnetic boots, so you will be able to walk along the hull.
Well, it is
I'm
only
actually
logical.
amused. I'm actually amused because apparently Karen Gillian is 5'11". That means she's actually
Damn.
taller than I am. My character is 1.72, not 1.8. That's funny.
It's an impressively tall and thin Klingon.
Makes me wonder.
So,
Well, is it only logical that I'm the best?
you're obviously, you have to go. The only other person that you can think of to help you is Dr. Jones, just because the GM wants Dr. Jones to do a spacewalk.
And die. The GM wants the Dr. Jones to die.
Of course not. But drift off into space is totally acceptable.
Nope.
All right, so
That's assuming she doesn't barf in her suit.
can you 2 characters please give me a vac suit roll?
Wow. Success
vac
by
suits.
3.
See, you guys know this shit.
Yep. Success by 3.
You will fit the Klingon vac suits and then step into the airlock or climb into the airlock. It is just a small laddered hatch. The pair of you climb in. The hatch is sealed behind you, and the external hatch is open. There is a rush of air. Give me a free fall roll. Critical fail has you ejected into space.
Success by 1.
Both of you don't get ejected into space. However, Psylocke, when you leave the ship and find yourself in 0G, no longer under the effect of the internal gravity, you start to feel a little nauseous.
Yeah, I'm an engineer for crying out loud, not a spacewalker.
You don't feel like you're going to throw your guts up just yet, but yeah, the urge is there. Give me another freefall roll just for Psylocke. Psylocke, you will step out and incorrectly activate your mag boots and immediately lose your footing. Both you can attempt to make a dex roll to grab a feature on the ship, and Dr. Jones, you can also make similar dex roll to try and grab Psylocke before he drifts off into space.
Success by 2.
Simultaneously,
tie myself down with a rope or something, some sort of tether.
you grab hold of a rail that is on the external hull. At the same time, Jones, you manage to grab hold of Psylocke's suit and stop him from drifting off. So failure by 3. So you take a little bit of time to arrange yourself or orientate yourself so that you can activate your mag boots. This time they will successfully magnetize you to the hull. And the pair of you can now walk across the hull to the manual release for the warp core. Okay, so this is going to require an engineering reactor roll. This will be at a -2. Sorry, -3 is for unfamiliar.
Okay. Luckily, I'm pretty well trained in those types of reactors. Let's see if this works.
He's got a wild card, so familiarity doesn't apply.
It doesn't? Okay, well then you can
Ooh,
critically fail for
failure.
me. Do you have luck?
Or that.
Nope.
Actually, it's not a critical fail. Your skill was
Just a fail.
Your skill was 17 because the -3 didn't apply. You better thank Geigerman for pointing that out. So it's just a normal failure. You know what you have to do, but it's going to take a little bit of time to work this manual release.
It's a little more complicated than I thought.
Jones, do you have a skill that you could use to complement Psylocke? Mechanic. I'll let you do Dex or Strength.
Science. She has the science wild card.
This is definitely
both.
This is definitely an engineering type thing. So
and
either engineering.
She's got like electronics, operations, scientific. She really doesn't have anything as far as like engineering at all.
Okay, so you can do Dex, Strength, and I'll also allow Spacer.
She doesn't have that.
Yes, you do.
Oh, she does. Never mind.
At 14.
Yep, we'll do
there
that.
you go. That's a good one.
Oof. Success by 1. Tried to fail it.
Yeah, we ran out all those good rolls earlier.
You're trying to work this manual release lever on the hatch, which will open the bay that'll let you get to that thing that you pull out, turn, push back, which you always see in all Star Trek stuffs. However, tell me what you do to manage to open this external hatch to the
Blows
manual
up
controls.
Psylocke.
Describe the scene. Even if it's just I fonz it.
Psylocke or Jones?
Jones, sorry. Because you were the
Jones.
deciding dice roll.
So she kind of watches him fumble around a little bit. And she just kind of like, let me see what her traits are.
Then observes him throwing up in his suit.
Trying to see if she's got anything that would explain this. Not, she has common sense. So she's going to be like,
Very
look at one side, look at the other, and then just go, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, and hope that she gets the right thing, and it works.
All right, so you apply some force on the lever, and it is sufficient to give the hatch flies open with a burst of air. Psylocke, and then pull out the round thing, turn it around, and then push it back, and you'll see another hatch further along the ship open, and the warp core will eject at a rapid rate, falling away from the ship. At this point, you will feel the Yalek bird of prey begin to maneuver and start flying away on impulse engines away from the warp core. You guys will walk along the surface, watching every footfall and handhold. The warp core will then explode. Behind you, there is a brilliant flash. The ship is buffeted a bit.
And they don't look.
Sure. You don't look, and the pair of you climb back into the ship and close the hatch. When you enter the ship through the airlock, one of the Klingons that were there, you can see he has a grin on his face, and hits you in the shoulder, saying sort of, was it Kapla?
Yep.
He says, Kapla! Hits you in the shoulder. The force behind the hit is
Dislocate your shoulder.
nearly enough to dislocate. It's certainly going to give you a bruise, but you have saved the day.
And they totally can notice one Klingon over there hands another some credits and looks really disappointed.
Yes.
Indeed. All right. So, after the ships maneuver away, the Bacchus system begins to collapse in on itself. The Lexington and the Yalek.
I missed something. And again.
Damn, Alexa.
That is awesome.
You will speed away and escape the collapsing system. The Klingons are quite impressed. Psylocke and Jones, you have earned some cred from the Klingons.
I did tell them, contrary to my captain, I'm going to have some words with him about that.
You can have a one-way conversation with me.
I love it.
You will.
Yeah, for the next 4 episodes, the captain's not going to be listening very well.
Yeah, because he's going to be off having his mind set right by the. Oh wait, no, we're not in the next generation yet. Never mind.
You'll have to go to Riser. Obviously, the stress of the situation's got the better of him.
He's going to go somewhere, drink a lot of scotch with a bunch of other war veterans from
Oh
fighting.
crap! That means I'm going to be in charge.
Ugh.
Blah, ah, 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 ah.
As long as it's not me.
I have
Um,
literally no skill in the diplomacy.
Who's 4 I see?
Oh,
I believe
some random
towing.
guy.
I believe towing is a thing.
It's
Yes.
potentially doable. Yeah, because it's like an enterprise. They were able to join warp bubbles, but this is not going to be warp bubbles in this case because the Klingon doesn't have warp capability. It depends on how
Right.
big it is, but ultimately the Lexington would have to extend the warp bubble around it. So
All
it
right,
is
so
doable.
an exchange of crew will take place. The Trill will request to go on board the Lexington, as will the Federation peeps. The Klingons were in fact beamed on board the Lexington, so they will be exchanged with your crew.
How bad were the injuries?
The injuries to
The Lexington crew.
I
After
guess
the confused Klingons beamed aboard the bridge.
there's a few with some bruises and black eyes and stuff, but no fatalities, fortunately. However, it is up to the captain what to do. This Klingon bird of prey was in violation of the neutral zone. The captain, Parak, will say that the only reason they did it is because they were chasing down their own criminals from own criminals that stole a Klingon ship. But they do not have warp, they only have impulse. So it is entirely up to the captain what you want to do with them. Some options are you can give them a pass on their indiscretion here. Tow them back to a starbase so that they can make repairs, and then they will either leave or whatever. Actually, they won't go back to a starbase unless you can guarantee that they're not going to be taken prisoner. They would rather die fighting. Or you can leave them, but they'll have a long trip home at Impulse.
So we can tow them, is that correct?
you will be able to tow them.
All right. We're going to tow them to the edge of the neutral zone. And then we're going to push them into the neutral zone. Give them a swift kick in the ass. And let them go home to mama.
All right, so the intention is for them to be picked up by their own. Alrighty. After you do that, you leave with them. What is it you're going to do with your Trek or Federation prisoners? Are you going to confine them to the brig, or are you going to give them house arrest?
I think they're probably going to be brigged and seriously medically scanned.
Are they as equally confused about where they are and why they're there?
No, they're not. But you can tell they do have it's almost like a memory blank. They're aware of what they were doing, what was going on, but it's a little fuzzy and hazy on the details.
Yeah, it seems like they'd be brought up to a court-martial, but they're obviously going to have some
There will be extenuating circumstances.
mitigating circumstances.
However, we can't tell if the whatever it is completely gone.
Those
So
strange physiological readings and energy signals that the doctor picked up earlier, they are now absent.
Doctor.
Still, it'd be coded to their chain of command, wouldn't it?
Doctor, I'm putting these men under your care. Just so you don't think I'm too heartless. You can put them under your watch, give them medical care as we return to Starbase, where we'll hand them over to the authorities.
Yes, Captain. And Dr. Jones will take good care of them, but she will also ask Commander Lorien for some security just to keep an eye on them in case they decide to try to bolt.
Yep, and security will absolutely be assigned.
Okay, well, you do that. Things will wrap up, get back to normal. And Captain, while you are in your quarters, the bridge will notify you, your bridge communications officer, which is crew. It is Lieutenant
Vicnoms?
Ellen Yatrix. She's a human female. She says, Captain, I have a secure message for you from Admiral Stoker.
Uh-oh, vampires are involved.
I'll take it into my, I'll take it here in my quarters.
Phrasing.
You got garlic. I mean, vampires and all.
Yep, vampire.
Yes, ma'am. Or no, this is a recorded message?
It is not a recorded message.
Yes, Admiral.
She says, Captain, I trust yourself, your crew, and the Lexington are well.
Yes, ma'am. All is well.
She will say, this needs to be kept classified. Only your senior staff may know this, but I would like to have all the data that you have acquired of the planet Bacchus turned over to myself directly.
Very well, ma'am.
I don't know that we actually have anything.
Well, you would have whatever details you have, reports, captain's logs and stuff that you will file later need to be turned over. She says, I would like detailed reports of your encounter. We are detecting strange events linked to the Bacchus system.
I'm more than happy to assist to that end, ma'am.
Furthermore, your ship is to come under direct control of myself. Any orders that you receive from Starfleet, you must first notify me.
I'm just going to do a little bit of sounds sketchy. I mean, I'm saying that internally.
Internally sounds sketchy.
Yeah.
Is that understood, Captain? You are to answer to me and me only.
Would
Very well,
the question quick question there to possibly to Nosh, possibly to the GM, is would Captain Ramius is like, yeah, I need to see this I need to receive actual orders for this, because I know you couldn't do this in the U.S. Navy. You would have to, if an admiral said, you report to me now, it'd be like, with all due respect, ma'am, I need to get orders for that first.
So that's why I rolled the law. So I just want to make sure internally that I know that this is not protocol.
It's definitely not protocol. You do have a natural chain of command, but then again, she is an admiral. So
Doesn't matter if she's not in the chain of command.
Very well, ma'am. As you wish.
continue your standard duties, but please run everything through me first. I may call on you again.
Understood, ma'am.
I don't know if it is obvious or not, but this in our conversation should not be spoken about to anyone. Is that understood?
Very well,
I
ma'am.
don't
No,
trust
clearly
a
understood.
thing about this lady.
Clearly understood.
Evil Star Trek Admiral incoming, guys.
More information will be made available as soon as it becomes clear.
Very well, ma'am.
This is potentially of galactic importance.
I understand, ma'am.
I see
She
how
will.
it is. Captain Ramius is like, yeah, sure, everything's going to be fine. And as soon as he hangs up, he goes, doesn't matter. I'm going on leave. Ha ha!
All right, so that is where we ended. Your screen goes blank, and you are left to ponder what comes next.
I will sip my chamomile tea and I will contemplate who I will back channel all this to. But I have to think about it.
Yeah, I was totally thinking my first thought would be like, okay, I need to contact Starfleet Command to make sure that this is a legitimate change.
Well, how by the book is Ramus?
But yeah, Ramius is like,
or is
like,
he is he Connery?
He's gonna shrug and say, I don't care, I'm going on leave for a couple months. all the bad shit's gonna fall on Lorian's shoulders. He'll have to deal with it.
You can logic it all out.
All right. Well, that's where we end this session.
Aggressively blunt.
She told the captain not to speak of it.
Well, she told the captain not to speak of it outside the senior staff.
Yeah, she said not to speak of it. She didn't say anything about sending emails.
Well, she didn't say anything about the senior staff.
An
Speaking of-
asteroid comes out of warp and smashes into the bridge, killing only Lorian.
There is no logic in such a death.
She's got a long reach.
All right, so 2 points. Are there any questions or informations that you need to know before we sign off?
Yeah, quick thing. I'll probably bring it up at the beginning of the next round, next session as well. I don't know if it's gonna even matter, but I'm gonna spend 2 points on Klingonese as language for broken, so he at least can kind of understand. Lauren can kind of understand the language a little bit, and I'm also going to pick up the perk standard operating procedure based off of this, where it is on alert, where he always has one of those really small phaser 1 phasers that's like, that and his knife that are secured in his jacket.
All right.
Yeah, I was first off, Dallas. I'm not going to spend the point to maintain traps skill per the wild talent, but something occurred to me as we were going through that it would be kind of sensible for wild talent to allow someone to speak a language, but a language is not a skill, and at least not in fourth edition. And so it doesn't actually fit the letter of the law in the way the way that trade is written up. So I'm mentioning that because I'm thinking about it, and I may submit that that ought to be a thing.
Well, we can work that out offline.
Yeah.
Anything else?
So Nosh is out for the next month due to work. Is that
That's
correct?
That's correct.
So I
This will be
think
interesting.
we have 3 more missions for the TOS era. I might try and drag them out so that they are at least a couple of them are multi-session adventures, so that Nosh can be here for the last one in this series before we transition to the TNG missions. So we have a month or more to go.
Right.
In any case, if you are watching this and you have questions, corrections, suggestions, or general hecklings, feel free to leave a comment here or find us on Discord.
Or else.
Please consider liking and subscribing to our Twitch and YouTube channels. Thank you for watching. Olympus out.
See ya.
Bye-bye.
Bye.